Welcome to Mystic Realms Recap. Links are in the description below. Please show some love of the author and me. On to the show.
In an antique-styled room, Ling Tion jolted awake. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. He didn't even have the time to open his eyes as he reflexively slapped his hands against the ground, intending to use the counterforce produced to leap up and flee. This was an instinctual reaction for an outstanding member of the Special Forces. The moment his hands touched the ground, an aching pain jolted through his hand like lightning, along with a burst of powerlessness. Ling Tion opened his eyes as his mind trembled. "Tion, you're finally awake." A woman's gentle and pleasantly surprised voice drifted into his ears. Ling Tion looked towards the source of the voice and found a delicate face full of love attentively gazing at him. He saw a classical beauty who was breathtakingly beautiful and absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. In Ling Tion's mind, a familiar stream of memories unfolded. Ling Tion, citizen of Hua. Formerly serving in the nation of Hua's elite Wolf Fong Special Forces Army Division, he rendered innumerable meritorious deeds throughout his service. He took part in the International Special Forces competition, winning the honor of top individual combatant, and was acknowledged as the King of Weapons Specialists. Later, in an SSS-ranked multinational mission, a slight mistake on his part led to the sacrifice of a comrade. Riddled with guilt, he chose to retire and left the Wolf Fong division. After retiring, there was no news of him for some time. He chose to go abroad and became the trump card of an internationally renowned mercenary organization. Any mission that he took part in would have an unparalleled success rate of 100%. Although he had retired from the Wolf Fong division many years ago, his heart was still with his homeland. As long as a mission was detrimental to the nation of Hua, not only would he decline the mission, but he would also uncover the identity of the person who issued the mission and brutally slaughter him. As time passed on, he became a thorn in the side of every nation besides the nation of Hua. In the eyes of the other nations, he was a time bomb. Slaughter and bloodshed would follow wherever he went. Various countries started plotting against him, sparing no expense to hire world-class assassins. However, Ling Tion's life grew more comfortable as the days went by and the assassins vanished into thin air. Eventually, no assassin were willing to accept the suicide mission anymore. Trying to kill Ling Tion was the same as committing suicide. This statement was universally acknowledged by both the assassin and mercenary world. Ling Tion was not only a formidable weapon specialist, but he was also a master practitioner of form and will boxing who even managed to cultivate his internal energy. He was rarely able to meet an opponent around the world. Even on the rare occasion that he did meet one, he never lost. Not long ago, Ling Tion received news from his most trusted broker. Our nation had created a type of a colorless and tasteless biological weapon. They were planning to transport the weapon into the nation of Hua to carry out an atrocious conspiracy. Naturally, Ling Tion would not sit idly by and let this happen. He took action. With the help of his broker, the location of the biological weapons were pinpointed. Just when he succeeded in carving out a path of blood and entering the underground laboratory, and just when he was about to destroy the batch of biological weapons, the underground laboratory suddenly caved in, trapping him in a fully sealed cage. When he caught sight of our countrymen appearing outside the cage one by one, with firearms in their hands, Ling Tion understood right away. This was a conspiracy against him. He was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Otherwise, with his level of astuteness, our countrymen's conspiracy would never have been able to succeed. Even until the moment of death, Ling Tion couldn't figure it out. Ha 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 ha. As the thoughts raced through his mind, Ling Tion could not hold back and bursted out laughing. His mood was filled with delight. "Tion, what's wrong with you? Don't frighten your mother." The gentle voice sounded again, this time with a hint of anxiousness. Ling Tion's mind was in chaos. He was absolutely sure he didn't recognize the woman in front of his eyes. However, the look in this woman's eyes seemed to be full of sincerity and without any falsehood whatsoever, as if she was looking at her own kin. Just as Ling Tion was preparing to start a debate with this beautiful woman, a stream of foreign memories flowed into his mind. Ling Tion felt as if he was struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded, as though pressure was being applied to his acupuncture points. The only thing Ling Tion was pleased with was that this guy was also named Ling Tion. Ling Tion. Ling Tion, 15 years old. Fresh Breeze Town, Li family's disciple with another surname. His mother, Li Ro, was the Li family's 9th elder. His father, in his memories, there was no such person to begin with. In the process of merging with this segment of foreign memories, Ling Tion found the reason Ling Tion was severely injured and bedridden. This morning, Li family's 7th elder's youngest son, Li Xian, insulted Ling Tion by calling him a bastard son who only knew his mother but not his father. Ling Tion snapped into a fit of rage and started fighting with Lin Shi. But how could Ling Tion, who had not even achieved the body tempering stage, be a match for Li Xian, who had already achieved level 2 of body tempering stage? He was immediately severely injured by Li Xian and sent to the verge of death. Just as Ling Tion inhaled his last breath of air, Ling Tion took over Ling Tion's entire being, including Ling Tion's body and memories. After completely merging with the foreign memories, Ling Tion sighed. He knew, from this moment onwards, he would be using the identity of Ling Tion to integrate himself into this foreign world. From today onwards, he would be Ling Tion, and Ling Tion would be him. "Madam, the patriarch sent some medicine over." A voice sounded from the side of his ears, making Ling Ting look up towards the source of the voice. A servant girl hurriedly entered the room and handed over the small and exquisite case in her hands to Li Ro. A medicinal fragrance drifted in the air immediately as the small case was opened. "Tion, come. Take this medicinal pill. Mother will treat your injuries." Li Ro took out a dark-looking medicinal pill from the case and guided it to the front of Ling Tion's mouth. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tion opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth and turned into a warm current as it entered his body. Subsequently, Ling Tion noticed that Li Ro had placed her hand on his chest. A stream of ice-cold current passed into his body, dissolving the warm current from the pill and treating his injuries. An hour later, Li Ro finished up. Ling Tion noticed that half of the aching pain in his body had disappeared, lacking any strain whatsoever. He was startled. Was what he took just now some sort of elixir of life? Meanwhile, Ling Tion noticed that Li Ro's face was pale, as beads of cold sweat dripped out of her forehead. Obviously, she expended too much origin energy in treating his injuries. "Mom, are you all right?" Ling Tion's heart felt warm. His voice sounded intimate, without a hint of artificialness. "Mother is fine. I just need to rest for a while." Li Ro shook her head while smiling. For the sake of her son, expending this little bit of origin energy was nothing. Half an hour later, the servant girl entered the room and lightly said, "Madam, the patriarch sent someone to inquire if you would release young Master Xian now. The patriarch and 7th elder are still waiting in the punishment hall." "Release him? Go tell the person the patriarch sent that I will deal with this matter myself." The gentle and amiable expression on Li Ro's face was completely gone, replaced by an icy cold expression, causing the room to feel as if the temperature had gone down slightly. Ling Tion's heart stirred. Never did he think that this woman, who was as beautiful as a flower, would be so protective. "Mom, what was that pill you gave me earlier? I feel like my injuries are nearly healed." Ling Tion got up from bed, lightly stretching his body. "Silly child, that was a grade 8 gold injury pill." Li Ro lightly smiled. "Grade 8 gold injury pill." Ling Tion sifted through the foreign memories in his mind. It turned out that even within Fresh Breeze Townsley family, there were only 2 of this grade 8 gold injury pills. Now, one had been used on him, a disciple with another surname. It looked like his mother had quite a high status in the Li family. Tian, the patriarch is waiting for us. Let's go. Li Ro brought Ling Tion to a spacious courtyard in the Li family estate. Instruments of torture laid scattered around the vast courtyard. This was where punishment in the Li family was carried out, the punishment hall. It was exactly noon, and the sun was burning high in the sky. The surroundings of the punishment hall were filled with people. Li family disciples had come to watch the show. In the middle of the courtyard, a youth was tied to a pillar under the blazing sun with two middle-aged men standing by his side. The cross-eyed, middle-aged man on the right side had an expression of rage when he noticed the arrival of Ling Tion and his mother. Ling Tion has arrived. The family's precious grade 8 gold injury pill has such a strong effect. Yeah, I was there when Ling Tion was carried away, half dead, but now, after taking the grade 8 gold injury pill, he's back to being full of vigor and vitality. Usually, Lin Xian would just casually bully Ling Tion and Ninth Elder would not say anything about that. However, this time he inflicted such severe injuries that Ling Tion nearly died. Of course, Ninth Elder is going to be furious. One by one, the Li family disciples started whispering to one another as they noticed the arrival of Li Ro and Ling Tion. Patriarch. Li Ro brought Ling Tion over to salute the middle-aged man on the left. Ninth Elder, regarding today's matters, my son Li Xian was at wrong. On the other hand, your son is fine now, and yet my son has been burning under the sun the whole afternoon. Can we let him down now? At this moment, the cross-eyed middle-aged man, Li family's 7th elder Li Kun, had a dark expression. Who would have thought that Li Ro wouldn't even bother to answer him and directly ignored him? Li Ro brought Ling Tion in front of the tied-up Li Xian. Tian, now it's time to repay him in the same way that he injured you earlier. Visit and Ling Tion started laughing. Hitting a punching bag? He was an expert at that. Li Xian was the same age as Ling Tion, and he had been tied to the punishment pillar under the blazing sun, causing his face to turn green long ago. Hearing Li Ro's words, he was scared **+ and went into a frenzied state while roaring in terror, "Dad, save me." Li Ro, don't go too far. 7th elder Li Kun's face sunk as he bursted out in rage. Going too far? Li Kun, usually your son bullies my son. Since his skills are inferior, I accept that slight injury is unavoidable. But this time, your son nearly killed him. Do you really think I, Li Ro, am an easy target to bully? Li Ro glanced coldly at Li Kun. Her voice contained a trace of icy cold anger. Tian, don't hesitate and attack. Today, let me see who dares stand in my way of disciplining this junior. Li Ro's voice was filled with a heroine's valiant spirit. Even though she was a woman, the imposing manner she exuded was not a shred below that of a man. Patriarch. Li Kun looked towards the patriarch, Li Fong, beside him, hoping he would uphold some sort of justice. 7th Elder, today's matter is a private matter between you and 9th Elder. To the greatest extent possible, I hope you can settle it privately. Li Fong shook his head. So you're the one that beat him into such a miserable state? Ling Tion muttered to himself. Slap. Moving one step forward, he directly slapped Li Xian without saying a second word. A light sharp pain emanated from his palm, and Ling Tion's eyebrows slightly creased. Ling Tion, let me down if you have the balls, and we can fight one-on-one. Li Xian growled, nearly howling, as half of his face had swollen up and his eyes emitted a cold and fierce light. One-on-one fight? Sorry, I'm not interested. As for if I have the balls or not, that's not something that you should be worried about. Ling Tion laughed as he spread out his hands and indifferently shrugged his shoulders. Slap. He hurled another slap at Li Xian. This guy's face has really thick skin. He frowned as he blew on his aching palms while feeling slightly satisfied as he expressed his resentment. When the surrounding Li family disciples saw Ling Tion's actions and heard his words, they were left speechless. The other guy was already tied up like a punching bag for him to hit, but he still complained that the skin on his face was thick. What was wrong with this guy? Shoes are still the best after all. Bending down, Ling Tion removed a shoe from his foot, took it in his hand, and suddenly aimed it at Li Xian's face. This scene caused the surrounding Li family disciples to feel a chill run down their spines. This Ling Tion, he can't be thinking of using that shoe to slap Li Xian's face, right? If he really slaps Li Xian on the face with that shoe, won't his face tear open like a blooming flower? Little bastard, you're courting death. Li Qian could not control himself any longer as he caught sight of the scene, and his body flew out towards Ling Tion like a rock. You're courting death. Li Ro glided with graceful steps, as if she had turned into both the wind and a celestial maiden drifting across the 9 heavens, and arrived in front of Ling Tion a step earlier. Extending out her delicate hands, which radiated with the brilliance of origin energy, she slapped her palm towards the oncoming Li Qian. At the same time, above Li Ro's head vague wisps of white mist appeared. Li Ro, today, let me see how strong you really are. Li Qian gazed sternly as his hand descended like a giant fan. Origin energy burst forth and intercepted Li Ro's palm strike with full force. Instantly, 4 obscure silhouettes of ancient mammoths emerged in the space above Li Qian. Li Qian attacked at full force and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, creating 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, the strength he was exerting was equal to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Just one ancient mammoth had the strength of 10,000 pounds. Mom? Ling Tion frowned, feeling worried. The Li family disciples were watching the battle between 7th Elder and 9th Elder intently because it was extremely rare to see an event of such scale. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, Li Ro and Li Qian's bodies converged as they exchanged a palm strike. Both of their bodies jerked. Li Ro's body was slightly inclined forward, and the white mist above her head developed into ancient mammoth silhouettes as well. A total of 6. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Li Qian's strength of 4 ancient mammoths was pitted against Li Ro's strength of 6 ancient mammoths. More so, it was even a frontal exchange. The outcome was obvious. Instantly, Li Qian looked like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He flew out over 10 meters in a sorry state before he could finally stabilize himself. Wah! Li Qian's face flickered between a pale and green color, whereupon he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a face full of disbelief, he glanced at the fading silhouettes of those 6 ancient mammoths above Li Ro. How is this possible? The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. Li Ro is actually a 4th level of core formation stage martial artist. Li Qian was startled. He had never imagined that the usually low-profiled 9th Elder Li Ro, who virtually never lifted her hands against others in the Li family, would actually have such frightening strength. The Li family disciples that were present could not resist drawing in a breath of cold air, the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. 9th Elder is so strong. According to calculations based upon the strength of 6 ancient mammoths, 9th Elder's strength is around the 4th level of core formation stage. Who could have imagined that the 9th Elder, who was usually kind and gentle, actually had such strength? If Li Xian had not nearly killed Ling Tion, we might have never had the chance to see 9th Elder in action. Li Ro stood still, and her fine, thin figure seemed incomparably lofty. I really never imagined that Mom actually had such strength. Drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes, she is definitely at the 4th level of core formation stage. Ling Tion let out a breath of relief. In this world, the first stage to becoming a martial artist was known as body tempering stage, which was further separated into 9 levels. Cultivating to level 9 of body tempering stage would allow the fleshly body to have a strength of 10,000 pounds. At full strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth would become possible. It could be developed into an ancient mammoth silhouette, allowing one to possess the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Above the body tempering stage was the core formation stage. The biggest difference between the body tempering stage and the core formation stage was origin energy. After achieving level 9 of the body tempering stage, producing origin energy would allow one to advance to the first level of core formation stage. The strength of the origin energy at level 1 of core formation stage was equal to the strength of one ancient mammoth, and, combined with the existing strength of the fleshly body, the cultivator would be able to produce the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As their cultivation increased, the level of power that could be controlled would increase as well. Thinking up to this point, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Tion's mouth. "Tian, nobody will bother you now. You can continue." Li Rou's gentle voice drifted into Ling Tion's ears, reminding him, "Dad, save me." Hearing Li Rou's words, Li Xian's face turned green, and his eyes emitted a deep sense of fear. The shoe in Ling Tion's hand would definitely slap down upon him, and it was no joke. Li Kuan's face was grim, but due to his fear of Li Rou, he did not dare to make a move. Ling Tion bursted out in laughter. Slap. The shoe in his hand descended mercilessly. Instantly, Li Xian emitted shrill cries, like that of a pig being slaughtered, as a clear shoe print appeared on his face. Slap, 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 slap. Holding the shoe in his hand, Ling Tion kept swinging his hand and hitting Li Xian's face time after time. Every time his shoe descended upon Li Xian's face, the Li family disciples that were present would feel an uncontrollable shiver run through their bodies. Just hearing the sound of the shoe slapping against Li Xian's face was enough to make them cringe. Only after Li Xian fainted did Ling Tion finally stop. Ling Tion murmured in his heart, and only he knew who he was talking to. While following behind his mother and leaving the courtyard, Ling Tion noticed that seventh elder's glare, which emitted a sense of bloodthirst and hatred. It was as if he was waiting for a chance to swallow him up. His heart sank. He had seen this kind of gaze countless times in his previous life. A person who had this gaze was an unscrupulous person who would use any means available to achieve his goal. That's why, in his previous life, whenever someone gazed at him in this way, he would get rid of them before they could pose a threat to him. Ling Tion felt a sense of pressure. Even though Lin Kuan was not a match for his mother, it would be impossible for his mother to always be by his side. It would be impossible for her to take care of him for his whole life. In order to live in this world, where only the strong were revered, he could only rely on himself. What he needed desperately was strength. Formidable strength. As Li family's 9th elder, Li Rou had an independent courtyard. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. Li Rou, Ling Tion, and the servant girl each lived in their own room. Ling Tion greeted Li Rou as they returned to the courtyard before heading back to his room. After receiving severe injuries this time, Tion seems a little bit different. As the closest person to Ling Tion, Li Rou noticed the difference in Ling Tion after he woke up. She didn't contemplate any further and presumed that her son experienced a change after enduring such a shock. How could she ever know that the body of her son was still present, but his soul had been switched for another? After returning to his room, Ling Tion sat on his bed with a gloomy expression on his face. From those foreign memories, he found out that the original owner of this body was sick and fragile from a very young age. If he wanted to succeed in body tempering, reach the first level of body tempering stage, and become a martial artist, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Scolded Ling Tion in his heart. He. Suddenly, a string of eerie and husky laughter, like that of a ghost, resonated inside Ling Tion's mind. Who? Ling Tion's face distorted. Kid, I didn't think you were that lucky for your soul to survive that. But nothing has changed. Wait, you're not that kid. Who are you? Damn it. You actually dared to snatch away the body that I wanted. Die. The husky voice was suddenly filled with cruelty and rage. Die. A roar filled with rage exploded inside Ling Tion's mind. Ling Tion instantly felt a sharp pain that nearly caused him to faint. The sharp pain hailed from deep within his soul, causing Ling Tion's body to tremble. No. Impossible. You're not a person of this world. So close, just a little bit more. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The husky voice suddenly distorted as if it encountered something that caused it to feel intense fear. After roaring once more, the voice vanished completely, as if it had never appeared at all. What's going on? After the sharp pain receded, Ling Tion finally began to recover his senses. Soon, his eyes opened wide, and a stream of vastly complex and foreign memories rushed into his brain as he forcibly seized them. Even with 2 lifetimes of experiences, Ling Tion was still stupefied by the stream of memories. These memories belonged to the Rebirth Martial Emperor of 10,000 years ago, who was one of Cloud Continent's 7 great martial emperors. Cloud Continent was the common name for this world. The 7 great martial emperors of 10,000 years ago were great figures who stood at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent who were nearly equal to gods. They were incomparably strong and looked down upon commoners. It seemed as if they had the ability to pluck the stars and cover the sun and moon by merely stretching their hands. In that era, the Rebirth Martial Emperor was considered the strongest among the 7 great martial emperors. He once seized another's body and possessed it with his soul in order to achieve rebirth, thus allowing him to have lived 2 lifetimes. In his first lifetime, besides pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, he was also a remarkable alchemist. In his second lifetime, he was a formidable weapons craftsman and even researched inscription techniques to complete mastery. Unbelievable! Ling Tion took a deep breath. Rebirth Martial Emperor was a godlike figure of Cloud Continent. If he could complete 3 lifetimes of rebirth, the 3 lives rebirth technique would be complete. At that time, even if the remaining 7 great martial emperors teamed up, they would not have been his match. Ha 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 ha, Ling Tion began laughing. Originally, he was worried about how he would begin cultivating with this fragile body, but the Rebirth Martial Emperor just sent him a great and timely gift. Ling Tion took a deep breath and made his decision. He would cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. In the Rebirth Martial Emperor's first lifetime, he was a royal-grade alchemist. As such, concocting some medicinal solution for a medicinal bath was an easy task for Ling Tion. In the eyes of ordinary people across Cloud Continent, alchemists were divided into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 being the highest. However, only great figures that stood at the pinnacle of Cloud Continent actually knew that above the rank of grade 1 alchemist there were actually the ranks of quasi-royal grade alchemist and royal grade alchemist. Rebirth Martial Emperor was the one and only royal grade alchemist in the entire Cloud Continent. Mom, I need some medicinal materials. Ling Tion passed a piece of paper to his motherly row. Tion, these are all medicinal materials that improve and strengthen the body. A long time ago, I obtained some medicinal materials and got Grand Elder to prepare them for you, but there was no effect at all. Li Ro glanced at the medicine list, and, even though she was not well versed in pill refining, she could still recognize the medicinal materials on the list. Li family Grand Elder Li Hua was a grade 9 alchemist, and the only alchemist in the Li family, thus he possessed a high status within the family. Mom, I want to try. The youth shook his head with a firm and unyielding expression. Fine, Mom will go buy it for you, Li Ro said as she dotingly nodded her head. In her opinion, as long her son was happy, so what if those medicinal materials went to waste? After all, they were just mere worldly possessions. Half an hour later, Li Ro returned with the medicinal materials requested by Ling Tion. Tion, do you need Mom to request the Grand Elder for help to prepare the medicinal materials? Mom, it's not necessary. Just pass them to me. After receiving the medicinal materials, the youth returned to his room. Don't tell me Tion is thinking of processing those medicinal materials by himself? Never mind, as long he's happy. Those medicinal materials are not poisonous anyway. I'll just let him amuse himself. Li Ro's heart stirred, but she wasn't concerned. Ling Tion had Li Ro buy him a total of 7 types of common medicinal materials to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. This medicinal liquid had the ability to increase the strength of the physical constitution and increase the speed at which a body-tempering stage martial artist cultivated. The medicinal formula of the Seven Treasures body-tempering liquid had been considered extinct in Cloud Continent since long ago. This formula was discovered by the Rebirth Martial Emperor in an ancient ruins during his second lifetime. He originally planned to use it during his third lifetime, but the benefits were now reaped by Ling Tion. Concocting medicinal liquids was different from refining medicinal pills. To refine medicinal pills, one would first require the formation of pill fire, an ability that was only achievable by graded alchemists. However, concocting medicinal liquids only required a formula. With the knowledge of the medicinal materials required and the order in which the medicinal materials were to be prepared, anyone was capable of concocting medicinal liquids. Concocting the Seven Treasures body-tempering liquid for the first time, Ling Tion clumsily wasted an hour before finally succeeding in creating the medicinal liquid according to the formula from the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. After succeeding, he had his mother's servant girl prepare some warm water and a bath barrel. Ling Tion poured the Seven Treasures body-tempering liquid into the barrel, mixed everything thoroughly, and took off his clothes before jumping in. Sitting cross-legged inside the barrel, Ling Tion could clearly feel his whole body numbing. He knew that this was the Seven Treasures body-tempering liquid fusing into his body and changing his physical constitution. Closing his eyes, Ling Tion started cultivating the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. The Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique was separated into the War Sovereign's 9 forms. When mastery of the technique was attained, one would be able to control the strength of 9 dragons and achieve the cultivation of a martial emperor and possess unparalleled martial prowess. Presently, Ling Tion was cultivating the first form known as the Spirit Serpent form. Under the greedy absorption of Ling Tion's body, a barrel of medicinal bath was swiftly consumed. Meanwhile, the cultivation of Spirit Serpent form was finally on the right track. The foundations of transforming into a martial artist were the body-tempering process, the strengthening of vital energy and blood, and the metamorphosis of the fleshly body. 3 days later, after absorbing the third barrel of medicinal liquid, Ling Tion finally stepped into the realm of the first level of body-tempering stage. Hualala! Ling Tion got out of the barrel and stood in front of a mirror. He looked at the able-bodied figure that was completely different than the figure from 3 days ago and started laughing. He then started stretching his body and noticed that his body's level of flexibility was astonishing. This was an effect of cultivating the Spirit Serpent form. It would cause the body to become flexible like a spirit serpent. Ling Tion's eyes narrowed. 3 days later, Linro had an expression of disbelief on her face when she saw Ling Tion again. Tion, you. After a brief moment, she extended her trembling, delicate hands, lightly kneading Ling Tion's arms. As a core formation stage martial artist, she saw through Ling Tion's cultivation with just a glance. First level of body tempering stage. Her son had finally completed his body tempering and became a full-fledged martial artist. In these past few years, she watched as Ling Tion failed to complete his body tempering, and his body became weaker and more fragile day after day. She was secretly worried the entire time. Mom, why are you crying? Ling Tion stretched out his hands to gently wipe the tears off Li Ro's face. Mom is all right. I'm just so happy. Mom is extremely happy. Li Ro wiped off the tears from her face and smiled. Her years of anxiety and worry could finally be off her mind. Quickly, she realized that the change in her son happened in these 3 days. To be able to go through such a change in a mere 3 days. She was shocked. Suddenly, she remembered Ling Tion's request to buy medicinal materials 3 days ago, and her beautiful eyes stared fixedly for a moment before her heart stirred. Tion, the change in your body, was it because of the medicinal materials you asked me to buy the other day? Li Ro inquired to clear the suspicion. Yes, Mom, Ling Tion nodded. You concocted the medicine by yourself? Li Ro inquired curiously. Ling Tion nodded once more. Li Ro took a deep breath. Tian, what medicine did you concoct, and when did you learn how to concoct medicine? Ling Tian's heart stirred slightly. The affair regarding Rebirth Martial Emperor was too shocking. Moreover, it related to his previous life, which would be extremely difficult to explain. Mom, that day when Li Exine injured me to the point of blacking out, I had a very strange dream. In my dream, I met an old man who taught me the formula to a type of medicinal liquid. He casually made up an excuse. He then proceeded to tell Li Ro about the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and its overall effects. Increasing the cultivation speed of body-tempering stage martial artists? Li Ro was stunned. She had never heard of any medicinal liquid capable of increasing the cultivation speed of body-tempering stage martial artists. Moreover, one which only required such common medicinal materials. She realized instantly that this medicinal formula was no ordinary formula. As far as she knew, there were medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the cultivation speed of body-tempering stage martial artists, but those medicinal pills required a graded alchemist to be refined successfully. Also, the required medicinal materials were extremely costly, so costly that ordinary people could not afford them. Tian, do not tell the benefits of this medicinal formula to anyone under any circumstances. Once she realized the value of the medicinal formula, Li Ro's first thought was to protect her son, thus she warned him with a serious expression. Mom, I know, I'm just telling my mother. Ling Tion smiled. Being an orphan in his previous life, he enjoyed the feeling of motherly love in this lifetime. My good child. Li Ro started smiling as well. She smiled radiantly and looked incomparably beautiful. Tian, you've now finally stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, so you can select a martial skill from the Li family martial pavilion. Yes, Mom. I'll go take a look. Although the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor had no lack of martial skills, he still decided to take a look for the sake of appearances. Martial Pavilion, the place the Li family stored its martial skills, was an important location that usually was guarded personally by at least one elder. 5th Elder. Ling Tion saluted the elder at the door of the martial pavilion. Ling Tion? 5th Elder Li Ting was slightly shocked to see Ling Tion. Once he noticed the changes in Ling Tion's body, he could not help himself from exclaiming softly, "You stepped into the first level of one body tempering stage." Ling Tion smiled lightly and nodded. Now your mother can finally be at ease. Okay, you can go in and select one martial skill of your choice. Li Ting smiled. He had a good relationship with the 9th Elder Li Ro. Answering with a grunt, Ling Tion walked into the martial pavilion. Ling Tion stepped into the first level of body tempering stage. A few of the youths that had just arrived at the martial pavilion looked at each other in surprise. As far as they were concerned, the shock that Ling Tion brought them by stepping into the first level of one body tempering stage was not at all lower than seeing a female pig climbing trees or a cow that could fly. Inside the martial pavilion, Ling Tion started reading through martial skills. As he read through the skills, he realized that the martial skills in the Li family martial pavilion were extremely ordinary. These low and middle-grade yellow rank martial skills were, in his opinion, not mentioning the form and will boxing he practiced in his previous life, even inferior to military boxing. Ling Tion had already achieved the rank of Grandmaster in form and will boxing and surpassed his teacher. Thinking up to this point, he left the martial pavilion. 5th Elder Li Ting noticed Ling Tion walking out empty-handed, and his face displayed a curious expression. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What, didn't find anything suitable? Ling Tion nodded. Pfft. Suddenly, a laughing sound entered into Ling Tion's ears. Looks like you, Ling Tion, disdain the martial arts in our Li family's martial pavilion. I'm curious, what kind of martial skill did your mom pass on to you privately to allow you to be so arrogant? Ling Tion, I heard you've stepped into the first level of body tempering stage. How about I ask for guidance on a few moves? He voice implied sarcastically. Ling Tion lifted his head. Only then did he notice. Unknowingly, Li Xian had also arrived at the martial pavilion with bruise marks still on his cheeks. He looked at Ling Tion with an expression of provocation. "Phew, I was wondering who it was, and it turns out that it's you. Hehe. Does your face still hurt?" Confronted with Li Xian's provocation, Ling Tion did not get angry, but instead laughed. "Ling Tion, I want to challenge you. Let Fifth Elder bear witness. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Li Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The incident from 3 days ago was undoubtedly an unprecedented disgrace and utterly humiliating for him. During the past 3 days, the thing he wanted to do the most was take revenge. Today, when he heard that Ling Tion had stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, he immediately rushed over. In his opinion, Ling Tion was now a martial artist, and if he was seriously injured in an official battle, according to the family rules, Ling Tion's mother could do nothing about it no matter how furious she was. Of course, the prerequisite would be that Ling Tion accepted his challenge. Confronted with Li Xian's provocation, Ling Tion's eyes narrowed, as he smiled lightly. "Why would I not dare?" "Ling Tion, don't be rash." Fifth Elderly Ting frowned. In his opinion, Ling Tion was only at the first level of body tempering stage. Moreover, he had not cultivated any martial arts. How could he be a match for Li Xian, who was already at the second level of body tempering stage? "Good, Ling Tion. You've got balls." Li Xian laughed complacently in a manner that showed his scheme had succeeded. "Fifth Elder, please bear witness to the battle between us so as to prevent Ninth Elder from troubling me later." Li Xian briefly looked towards Li Ting respectfully. "Yeah, Fifth Elder, please bear witness. I don't wish for Seventh Elder to trouble me later." Ling Tion was reluctant to show weakness. If it was a few days ago, he would have a trace of fear towards Li Xian, who had achieved the second level of body tempering stage. However, after finding out the martial arts inside the martial pavilion were difficult to take seriously, he realized that he had overestimated Li Xian. This kid is too rash. Never mind, this will teach him a lesson. Li Ting frowned while glancing at Ling Tion as he stood up and walked out of the martial pavilion. The Li family disciples that were passing by the martial pavilion had expressions of excitement on their faces. There was a show to see. In the empty space outside of the martial pavilion, Ling Tion and Li Xian stood facing each other. Li Ting, who was acting as the witness, was standing to the side. "Ling Tion, today I will return the humiliation you gave me last time to you tenfold." Li Xian had an ominous smile on his face, as if Ling Tion was a fish on his chopping block ready to be slaughtered. "Then we will need to see if you have the capability," Ling Tion laughed. Li Xian turned angry from embarrassment and shouted loudly, "You're courting death." Pounding his legs on the ground, he ran out at full speed like a fierce tiger dashing down the mountain. Fierce Tiger Fist. His hands waved out, gradually forming a current, and swept straight towards Ling Tion. It's the middle-grade yellow-rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist. Li Xian is so formidable. His Fierce Tiger Fist has obviously been cultivated to the initial stage. Ling Tion only recently stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, so he probably has not even cultivated any martial skills. To actually be brave enough to accept Li Xian's challenge, he really is unafraid of death. Fifth Elder is bearing witness today, and even if Ling Tion is severely injured again, as long as he doesn't die, Ninth Elder can't do a thing to Li Xian no matter how furious she is. The surrounding Li family disciples were discussing one after another. Nobody had high hopes for Ling Tion. After all, difference between the first level and second level of body tempering stage was just too large. Fierce Tiger Fist? It looks like Sick Cat Fist to me. The corner of Ling Tion's mouth moved, forming a disdainful smile. In his opinion, the martial art that Li Xian was using was full of flaws, and he had more than 100 ways to overcome the attack. In the end, he chose the most direct method. Dang! In front of the eyes of the crowd, Ling Tion also ran out at full speed and intercepted the attack. Just when Li Xian's fists were about to make contact, his upper body bent backwards to an alarming degree, and he dodged Li Xian's fists as his body swept past Li Xian, swiftly landing behind him. No! Ling Tion's legs jerked, and his body nimbly twisted around. Clenching his right fist, his upper body abruptly bent backwards as both of his arms drew backward. Instantly, Ling Tion became like a heavy bow drawn to its limit as even his spine started to tremble. His upper body abruptly tilted forward as his right fist took advantage of the momentum and shot out, exerting a tremendous force like a landslide. Collapsing fist. Ling Tion skillfully dodged Li Xian's fierce tiger fist, and, in the instant Li Xian was brought forward by inertia, he mercilessly punched Li Xian's right shoulder. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Li Xian was blasted airborne while emitting a shrill cry, as if he was a pig being slaughtered. Even though Li Xian's strength was 20 pounds more than Ling Tion, he had no way to use that strength. Bang! Li Xian's body fiercely hit the ground, and he emitted a wave of shrill cries as his body severely trembled and convulsed in pain. Silence. The entire area became deathly still. From fifth elder Li Ting to every single Li family disciple on site, their mouths gaped as they looked on with disbelief at the scene in front of their eyes. The collapsing fist that Ling Tion used just now, in their opinion, it was virtually godlike. What martial skill did Ling Tion use just now? It doesn't look like a martial skill. It seems just like any ordinary straight punch, but he smoothly dodged Li Xian's fierce tiger fist, moved to Li Xian's back, spun his body, and swung out with that punch, all of which happened in just an instant. I wonder how he did it. Are you kidding me? How could such a strong move not be a martial skill? Ling Tion split open Li Xian's shoulder blade with just a single punch. The Li family disciples discussed energetically, but they were absolutely unable to see through the collapsing fist Ling Tion used. That fist move, although seemingly simple, its might was truly shocking. Li Xian's shoulder blade has completely shattered. His right arm is crippled. Fifth elder examined Li Xian's injuries and drew in a breath of cold air. He displayed a brief startled expression when he glanced at Ling Tion. A mere level 1 of body tempering stage martial artist was actually able to execute such a formidable attack. After assigning some Li family disciples to carry Li Xian away for treatment, Li Ting walked over to Ling Tion, who was calmly standing there. At this very moment, he had the misconception that the person standing in front of him was not a youth, but a seasoned expert of the martial Dao. That fist technique you executed earlier, what is it called? It lacks the complication of common martial skills and instead exerts force like a landslide. How long have you cultivated it? Li Ting glanced at Ling Tion with glistening eyes. The Li family disciples were unable to see through the profoundness of that move, but he saw it clearly. That move seemed simple, but it actually utilized a formidable method of force exertion. In the instant that Ling Tion swung his fist, the strength of his entire body was perfectly concentrated into a single point. It was a feat that was difficult even for a high-grade yellow-rank martial skill to accomplish. No, perhaps even ordinary profound rank martial skills were unable to accomplish such a feat. The martial arts of Cloud Continent were divided into 4 ranks, from high to low: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Every rank of martial skill was further divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low. In the Li family, besides the low-grade and middle-grade yellow-rank martial skills placed in the martial pavilion, there was only one high-grade yellow-rank martial skill, the Wind Chaser Palm. This martial skill was only permitted to be cultivated by Li family martial artists that were at the core formation stage or above. But Li Ting knew that even if Wind Chaser Palm was mastered, the exertion of force would still be inferior to that move from earlier. It's called Collapsing Fist, said Ling Tion, but he did not say anything regarding his time spent cultivating it. How could he say that he cultivated it for over 10 years? Collapsing Fist, one of the 5 elemental fist moves of form and will boxing, was a type of straight punch. When exerting force, it stressed upon concealing the accumulation of strength and performing an unexpected, swift, and intense attack which penetrated the internal organs. It was a type of fist technique with powerful penetrative capabilities. Collapsing fist seemed simple, but it actually encompassed the exertion of force of the entire body, including the internal organs. In order to reach the same level of cultivation as Ling Tion, it would require at least 10 years of hard work. Fifth Elder, I'm going back home. About the incident today, I'm sure you noticed who provoked who first. I hope you can bear witness on my behalf. Ling Tion nodded toward Li Ting, turned around, and left. Collapsing fist? This kid is extraordinary. Li Ro, all along, even you were deceived by your son. He's been concealing his abilities and waiting for the right moment. Li Ting took a deep breath and tried to stabilize his agitated mood. He noticed that Ling Tion's collapsing fist was not a martial skill that could be cultivated quickly or with ease. He naturally believed that Ling Tion was patiently holding back, hiding his strengths and weaknesses. The surrounding Li family disciples that were spectating the battle dispersed. They all knew that the terrifying punch Ling Tion executed was called collapsing fist. Satisfying. After arriving back home, Ling Tion heaved a sigh of relief as a brief smile appeared on his immature face. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he executed form and will boxing without restraint. In that moment, he felt like he had gone back to his previous life, one that was full of excitement and bloodshed. Ling Tion returned to his room and noticed that the remaining 7 treasures body-tempering liquid was only enough for 2 more medicinal baths. Seems like I need to ask Mom to buy me more medicinal herbs. Sitting in the bath barrel, he cultivated 9 dragons war sovereign technique while enjoying the medicinal bath. Ling Tion cultivated intently, but little did he know that, because of his victory against Li Xian, there was a great disturbance in the once tranquil Li family. Hey, have you heard? 9th Elder's son Ling Tion completed his body tempering and has stepped into level 1 of body tempering stage. PFTT. I knew that long ago. Do you know that Ling Tion not only stepped into level 1 of body tempering stage, he even severely injured Li Xian during a public battle that was witnessed by the 5th Elder. He even crippled one of Li Xian's arms. Really? Li Xian is already at level 2 of body tempering stage, and he even cultivated the low-grade yellow rank martial skill Fierce Tiger Fist to the initial stage. Don't tell me he couldn't even beat a mere first level of body tempering stage martial artist like Ling Tion. Fierce Tiger Fist is useless. Ling Tion's collapsing fist is seemingly simple, but it has actually been stripped of all extravagances and returned to simplicity. Now that is formidable. Even 5th Elder expressed admiration towards it. The effects of Ling Tion's collapsing fist became more and more exaggerated as the news spread. Some Li family disciples proclaimed it to be a profound rank martial skill, some proclaimed it to be an earth rank martial skill, and some even proclaimed that Ling Tion's collapsing fist was a heaven rank martial skill. Within a room in a large courtyard of the Li family estate, 7th Elder Li Kun stood beside the bed, looking at the broken shoulder of his son who was so exhausted that he fell asleep. In his ears, the voice of the Grand Elder was still ringing. 7th Elder, if it was just an ordinary cracked or broken bone, then consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill and getting some rest would be enough to heal the injury. But your son Li Xian's shoulder blade has been totally shattered. Even if you can get a grade 8 gold injury pill from the Patriarch, it would make no difference. You have my condolences. Ling Tion, I want you dead. You must die. Li Kuan's eyes opened wide and radiated a light of hatred as he gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. Origin energy bursted forth as he growled and roared. Dad, how is my little brother? Just at this moment, a hurried voice sounded from outside as a figure rushed in the room. This person was Li Jia, the eldest son of 7th Elder and a famous genius martial artist of the Li family. He stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage at the age of 16, and he even mastered the middle-grade yellow rank martial skill Falling Leaf Palm. Li family disciples were considered adults at the age of 16. After the coming-of-age ceremony, they would usually be sent to help at one of the Li family businesses in Fresh Breeze Town, and even Li Jie was not exempted from these duties. He rushed home when he heard that his little brother Li Xian had been severely injured. Li Kun took a deep breath and said in an extremely heavy voice, "Little Jia, your little brother, his right shoulder is crippled. Even Grand Elder is unable to do anything." What? Li Jia's body trembled, as if struck by lightning. The Grand Elder of the Li family was a famous grade 9 alchemist in the entire Fresh Breeze town. Even Grand Elder was unable to treat his little brother's injuries. He was clear as to what this implied. Little Xian. Standing at the side of the bed and gazing at the soundly asleep Li Xian, Li Jie's eyes opened wide and radiated a light of hatred not one bit less than Li Kun. His mother died while giving birth to this little brother. He doted dearly upon his little brother all these years. Whether it was food or toys, he would always give priority to his little brother. But now, his little brother's right shoulder was crippled and his future ruined. Li Jie's heart was filled with rage. "Dad, are you sure it was Ling Tion?" Li Jie asked while looking at Li Kun. When he initially heard about this incident, besides being worried for his little brother Li Xian, he felt a sense of disbelief. How could a piece of trash that couldn't even complete body tempering be capable of severely injuring his little brother? "Yes, I talked with Fifth Elder. It was Ling Tion. 3 days ago, that piece of trash hadn't even completed body tempering, but who could have known that today he had not only stepped into the first level of body tempering stage, but also defeated your little brother. He even allegedly used a high-ranked martial skill called Collapsing Fist." Li Kun gnashed his teeth while saying, "Level 1 of body tempering stage, Collapsing Fist, huh?" Li Jie laughed coldly, his gaze like that of a poisonous snake. "Father, follow me." In a quiet courtyard. "Mom, you sent for me. Did something happen?" Ling Tion, who just walked out of his room after he finished absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, looked at his mother Li Ro with a slightly embarrassed expression. Li Ro gazed at her son in a slightly absent-minded manner. She still could not believe what she had heard earlier. As far as she was concerned, her son being able to complete his body tempering and step into the first level of the body tempering stage was a difficult feat, but this kid. With just one trip to the martial pavilion, he crippled the arm of 7th Elder's youngest son and even handed him an untreatable injury. Collapsing Fist. "Tian, shouldn't you explain to Mom when you learned a martial skill that even 5th Elder would exclaim in admiration at?" Li Ro looked at Ling Tion with a faint smile. "Mom, if I told you that when the old man taught me the medicinal formula he taught me this fist technique as well, would you believe me?" Ling Tion had an embarrassed smile. "Tian, you're all grown up. Since you have secrets that you're unable to disclose, Mom won't force you. But you have to remember, no matter when and no matter what happens, Mom will always be there for you." Li Ro glanced deeply at Ling Tion, sighing faintly. "Mom." Ling Tion's heart trembled, his eyes slightly red. Just at this moment, a voice that was disgusting as a fly broke the warm atmosphere between mother and son. 9th Elder, Li Kun requests for an audience. "He still dares to come here?" Li Ro's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, 7th Elder Li Kun and his eldest son, Li Jie, walked into the courtyard while glaring hatefully at Ling Tion. "7th Elder, you didn't come here on purpose just to make trouble for my son, right?" Li Ro took a step forward, shielding Ling Tion behind her, and lightly smiled. 9th Elder, be at ease. The battle between your son, Ling Tion, and my son, Li Xian, was witnessed by 5th Elder. His arm being crippled is a consequence of his inferior skill. He can't resent anyone but himself. Li Kun took a deep breath as he repressed the rage in his heart. Then, 7th Elder came here for. Li Ro became curious after hearing what Li Kun said. "Greetings, 9th Elder," Li Jie, who was beside Li Kun, stood out and said. After greeting Li Ro, Li Jie's eyes sparkled as he glanced at Ling Tion. "9th Elder, my father followed me here. The reason I came here is to challenge Ling Tion. I heard his collapsing fist is extremely formidable. Hearing what he had to say, Li Ro's expression turned icy cold. Li Jia, if memory serves me right, you're 1 year older than my son and have already stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage, while my son is only at the 1st level of body tempering stage. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for challenging him? Li Ro glanced at Li Jia and said indifferently. 9th Elder, Ling Tion is no ordinary 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. He easily defeated my little brother, and his strength is formidable. Li Jia smiled, as if he didn't notice Li Ro's face turning cold. Just when Li Ro was about to harshly see her visitors out, Ling Tion walked out from behind her. I can accept your challenge, but I have one condition. Tion. Li Ro frowned. It made her extremely unhappy that her son made a decision without consulting her first. What conditions? Li Jia looked at Ling Tion while asking. As long as Ling Tion agreed to the challenge, he was prepared to agree to any reasonable conditions. This was the best opportunity to take revenge for his little brother, and he was unwilling to let the chance slip him by. My condition is extremely simple. Delay the battle for a month. After a month, I will fight you. If you're unwilling or scared, then it's fine. I'll just take it as if you never came here to challenge me. Ling Tion's expression was tranquil, as if he knew Li Jia would agree to his condition. Okay, I'll give you a month. I hope that you don't cower in fear at that time. Li Jia did not hesitate at all as the corners of his mouth raised with a hint of a cold smile. After Li Kun and Li Jia left, Li Kun's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, Little Jia, could it be that Ling Tion delayed the battle for a month because he's confident he can beat you? Wasn't it slightly rash of you to accept his conditions so readily? Dad, trash will always be trash. Even though he completed his body tempering, it's still only the 1st level of body tempering stage. He might not even be able to step into level 2 of body tempering stage in another month. Li Jia laughed confidently. But Li Kun wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Li Jia. Dad, you're afraid of Ling Tion's collapsing fist, right? Well, you can be at ease. Even if his collapsing fist is a martial skill at the profound rank or above, and even if he can step into the 2nd level of body tempering stage, do you really believe that he can shorten the difference of strength between us with just a collapsing fist? Level 3 to level 4 of body tempering stage was a significant divide, and the difference in strength between the two was over 100 pounds. There was no need to mention the difference of strength between level 2 and level 4 body tempering stage. Dad is overthinking things. I must be dizzy from seeing your little brother injured. After Li Kun heard his son's logical and precise analysis, he smiled lightly and nodded. His eldest son had always been his pride and had never let him down. After Li Kun and his son left, Ling Tion noticed his motherly rose eyes glaring at him with a face covered in displeasure. Mom, don't worry. I'm confident. Ling Tion hurriedly said. Tion, I've noticed the changes in you, but you shouldn't reach for what is beyond your grasp. Li Jia is the universally acknowledged genius among the Li family disciples. He is one of the promising seedlings chosen for development in the Li family. Li Jia is Li family's universally acknowledged strongest 4th level of body tempering stage martial artist. He is not someone his little brother Li Xian can compare to. Li Ro sighed faintly. Mom, I'm aware of all the things you said. Can you trust me, please? I will win for sure. I won't disgrace you, Mom. Ling Tion looked at Li Ro with a serious expression. Silly child, Mom is not worried about shame. Mom is worried about you. Mom doesn't want what happened a few days ago to happen again. You nearly left me. As Li Ro spoke, her eyes slowly turned red. It seemed as if the incident that happened a few days ago had left a lingering shadow in her heart. Mom, I promise I will never make you worried ever again. Ling Tion pledged sincerely. Okay, Mom trusts you. Don't hesitate to let Mom know if you need anything during this month. Li Ro lightly nodded as she forced out a slight smile. Mom, help me buy another batch of the medicinal materials that you bought for me the other day. Also, I need some silver coins. After getting some silver coins from his mother, Li Ro, Ling Tion left his house courtyard and walked out of the Li family estate. This would be the first time he was going out since arriving in this world. The Fresh Breeze town marketplace was divided into 3 bustling streets between 3 families, including the Li family. Li family's marketplace was situated towards the north, near the Li family estate. Ling Tion had only just walked into the Li family marketplace when he began to hear the sound of hawkers peddling their wares from their booths all around the streets and alleyways. Booths on both sides of the street were filled with glittering arrays of exotic items. For a moment, Ling Tion felt as if he time-traveled back to the ancient times from his previous life. This was a scene that could only be seen on television in his past life. Ling Tion looked left and right as he walked along the road. When he reached the entrance of the Li family weapons store and saw the glittering array of neatly arranged weapons, he hesitated for a moment before moving on and leaving the Li family marketplace. He entered the Chen family marketplace towards the southwest of Fresh Breeze Town. The Chen family was also one of the 3 major families in Fresh Breeze Town, on par with the Li family and Fong family. The 3 families formed a 3-way power struggle in Freeze Breeze Town and mutually restraining each other. Although there was no lack of opposition between the 3 families behind the scenes, it was quite peaceful on the surface because no one wanted to be the first to stand out and break the peace. As soon as he entered the Chen family weapons store, an attendant greeted him. "Sir, may I ask what weapon you need?" The attendant smiled lightly. Ling Tion shook his head. "I'm not buying any weapons. I just want to buy some materials from you." Hearing Ling Tion, the attendant was shocked. A weapons craftsman was different from the blacksmiths that worked in the weapons store. Their status on Cloud Continent was on a par with alchemists. Every weapons craftsman was an individual that powers would fight over for. Weapons made by blacksmiths were only considered common weapons, but the weapons crafted by weapons craftsmen were spirit weapons, which had the ability to amplify attack power and resulted in items that were extremely extraordinary. In Fresh Breeze Town, each of the 3 families had an alchemist, but not one had a single weapons craftsman. This easily showed how rare a weapons craftsman was. "Sir, may I ask what materials you need? I will go get them right away." Ling Tion noticed that the attitude of the attendant changed abruptly, and his voice even contained a hint of reverence. He easily guessed the reason but did not offer an explanation. The materials he was buying were not for weapons crafting. The Rebirth Martial Emperor was a royal-grade weapons craftsman, and he inherited all of his weapons crafting memories and experiences. However, a weapons craftsman required a minimum cultivation of the core formation stage and the development of his origin energy first. Graded alchemists followed the same concept. Without origin energy, it was impossible to form pill fire to refine medicinal pills. Ling Tion listed out 9 types of materials he needed in a single breath. He prepared these materials to carry out inscriptions. Inscription techniques were one of the rarest techniques in the entire Cloud Continent. They were usually inscribed on weapons or personal belongings. Items that had an inscription would carry an exotic or bizarre power. These powers weren't unique and consisted of various strange abilities. Once the power was released, the inscription would be fully expended, similar to a bomb which would be consumed once it exploded. From the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Ling Tion discovered that the period when inscription techniques developed to its pinnacle on Cloud Continent was precisely during Rebirth Martial Emperor's 2nd lifetime. During that period, Rebirth Martial Emperor greedily mastered all of the practical inscription techniques. Rebirth Martial Emperor's 3 lives rebirth technique required the soul to slumber for 10,000 years before carrying out rebirth again, only able to start looking for a new body 10,000 years later. Presently, 10,000 years had passed, and inscription techniques were gradually on the decline due to unknown circumstances. As such, inscription masters were highly sought after throughout the entire Cloud Continent. Their statuses surpassed even those of alchemists and weapon craftsmen. The 9 types of common materials that Ling Tion wanted to buy were materials for him to inscribe a low-level inscription. "Sir, these materials you requested cost a total of 7 silver coins." The attendant in the Chen family weapons store swiftly completed the preparation of the materials for Ling Tion. After respectfully seeing Ling Tion out, the attendant left the weapons store and headed to the Chen family estate. The news that a weapons craftsman might have arrived in Fresh Breeze Town was something he had to report to the patriarch at once so as to avoid letting the other two families beat them to the punch. This money really isn't enough. Mom only gave me 20 silver coins, and I used nearly half of it in such a short amount of time. Ling Tion shook his head and took a shortcut toward the Li family estate. While passing by the intersection of the three marketplaces of Fresh Breeze Town, Ling Tion noticed a group of people surrounding and pointing at something by the side of the road. Out of curiosity, Ling Tion squeezed into the crowd. A girl in mourning attire with long hair covering her face was kneeling at the side of the road. Based on her figure, the young girl appeared to be around 15. In front of her laid a piece of paper with bright red writing, "Selling body to pay for mother's burial." Ling Tion never imagined that he would come across a scene that could only be seen on television in his previous life. As a former king of weapons specialists, his acute senses allowed him to clearly feel the desolate aura the young girl was emitting. Hee. Little girl, your figure is not bad. Lift up your head and let me see. If you look good, I'll buy you to be my servant girl. A pot-bellied fatty, with the temperament of one who had just struck it rich, looked pervertedly at the girl kneeling on the ground. Yeah, if you don't even raise your head, nobody would dare to buy you, another person continued to instigate. I will only raise my head when a benefactor is willing to help me bury my mother, said the girl, without raising her head. Her voice was pleasant to the ears like an oriole singing, but it was also filled with a sense of unyieldingness. Your voice is not bad, but since you don't want to raise your head, you probably are ugly, The pot-bellied fatty was interrupted with a cold hump from Ling Tion, who could not bear to watch any longer. Ling Tion walked before the young girl and lightly said, I'll give you 10 silver coins. Go bury your mother properly. Thank you, young master. The young girl's body trembled, slowly raising her head, extending out a pair of delicate and tender hands to move apart the hair covering her face. She had a clean and fair complexion with a trace of slight immaturity, and her beautiful face, without makeup, was simple and elegant. Under her curved willow leaf-like eyebrows were a pair of beautiful, clear eyes filled with grief, but they also contained a sense of strong will which caused a sense of pity to rise in others. Her fine, jade-like nose was straight and slightly raised, and she had attractive mellow red lips that gave people the urge to go up and kiss them. Like the fatty, Ling Tion had initially assumed that this young girl was reluctant to raise her head because she did not look good, but who could have known that this young girl was actually a blossoming beauty? Combined with her delicate figure, she seemed fair, slim, and graceful. It would be easy to imagine how she would look once she grew up. She would definitely be drop-dead gorgeous. In that moment, the surrounding men all fiercely swallowed their saliva, and their eyes revealed their greed. He only offered 10 silver coins. I'll offer 20. Follow me from now on. The pot-bellied fatty hurriedly put forth a price, as he nearly began to drool after catching a glimpse of the young girl's face. I'll offer 30. Another person followed and offered a price. I'll offer 50. I'll offer 60. Ling Tion watched coldly from the side as the audience began competing as if it were an auction. If the young girl chose the highest bidder, he would leave right away. That type of person was not worth his help. The price rose quickly as the crowd competed, and the surrounding people who came to spectate the bustling scene could not help but shake their heads. Before the young girl raised her head, nearly nobody showed any interest. Only a kind youth was willing to give her 10 silver coins to bury her mother. However, once the young girl revealed her beautiful face, the men that originally were unwilling to offer any money were now madly fighting over her. I offer 100 silver coins, the pot-bellied fatty quickly said with a low humph and subsequently shouted, if anyone offers a price higher than mine, I'll give up to him. If not, today this little girl is mine. 100 silver coins. The people that were still bidding shut their mouths. 100 silver coins was over their budget. In their opinion, this young girl was not worth that much money. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. The fatty smiled and cupped his hands to the surrounding people, pleased with himself. From now on, you will follow me. Subsequently, he looked towards the kneeling young girl. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded, I offer 200 silver coins. The crowd opened up a path and a silk-robed youth with a sickly complexion walked over. He had a thin figure and walked with light footsteps. Fong Jian. Ling Tion recognized the debaucherous youth. He was the son of the patriarch of Fresh Breeze Town's Fong family. He was only 15 years old, but he had brought ruin to many young girls of respectable descent. He was infamous throughout Fresh Breeze Town. If it wasn't for his status and identity, he would have long been beaten to death. A despicable thing like you is capable of offering 200 coins? The pot-bellied fatty looked at Fang Jian with disdain. He didn't notice that when Fong Jian appeared, most of the surrounding people had expressions of fear on their faces. You're not from Fresh Breeze Town, right? Fang Jian glanced at the fatty and said coldly. Humph. I'm a merchant from outside who has experienced the world. Don't think that I didn't notice that you're wearing silk robes, but who knows where you stole it from. From the moment I saw your weak appearance, I knew you were a pauper. You're someone who would not look like a prince even after wearing royal garments. I'm afraid you can't even take out 5 silver coins, right? The fatty looked disdainfully at Fong Jian with an expression that said, I have seen through your disguise, so you better hurry up and K off. Pfft. Ling Tion couldn't hold back his laughter, and the surrounding people's faces were all red from trying to suppress their laughter. They were afraid of Fong Tion and thus did not dare laugh out loud. Fatty, you will die for sure. Fong Tion glared at Ling Tion, then looked towards the fatty and took a deep breath. While the fatty was still in a daze, Fong Jian abruptly shouted, All of you useless things, what are you all still standing there like idiots for? Hurry up and get over here. Beat this fatty to death. You didn't even know who I, Fong Jian, am. In Fresh Breeze Town, I am the Lord. Yes, young master. 3 robust youths who were at a similar age as Fong Jian walked out and surrounded the fatty. The fatty was completely stunned. Although he had only arrived at Fresh Breeze Town a few days ago, he had heard of most well-known people of Fresh Breeze Town, and one of them was the Fong family's young patriarch, Fong Jian. Fong Jian was an infamous young ruffian of Fresh Breeze Town who relied upon his family's power to bully men and forcibly seize women. Not many people dared to mess with him. Oh, it's young Master Fong. This lowly one is blind and didn't recognize young Master Fong. Young Master Fong, please pardon my offense. I'll give up this girl to young Master Fong. The fatty's face distorted, and he couldn't possibly keep up his smug expression. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and even his tone became humble and respectful. Fong Jian grunted coldly before shouting, It's too late to beg for mercy now. Now beat him up for this young master. Mercy, young Master Fong. Have mercy. The 3 robust youths attacked, beating the fatty until he was running and rolling all over the place and emitting shrill cries while begging for mercy. The crowd consciously moved back a few steps and looked on from afar. They were afraid that they would get into trouble on account of the fatty's misfortune, and young Master Fong's lackeys would target them. Fong Jian acted as if he could not hear the fatty's cries for mercy. Little beauty, follow this young master home. I'll give you 200 silver coins and give your mother an extravagant burial. From now on, if you follow me, I will love you fondly. Fong Jian looked at the young girl kneeling on the floor, his face covered with a mix of anxiousness and carnal desire. He stretched his hand out to hold hers. The young girl was flustered. She tried to stand up, but as a consequence of kneeling for too long, blood did not flow properly to her legs and they started trembling. Young Master Fong, this other young master has already paid 10 silver coins and bought this servant. I am his for this lifetime. The young girl hid behind Ling Tion and said with a trembling voice, 10 silver coins? Did you not hear that I am offering 200 silver coins? Fang Jian's face sunk. He felt as if he was cheated. I never asked anyone to bid. Anyone who was willing to be the first to help me bury my mother would be the one I would follow, the young girl said in an unyielding voice. Not bad, not bad. You have integrity. I like it. However, even if you want to follow him, he might not dare to. Kid, what say you? Fong Jian looked towards Ling Tion, his eyes shining with a cold light, with no lack of a threatening intention. Although Ling Tion recognized Fong Jian did not recognize him. Young master, save me. The young girl grabbed a hold of Ling Tion's sleeve, like she was holding onto the last lifeboat on a sinking ship. She had long since heard about Fresh Breeze Town's infamous Fong Jian, and she dreaded him from the bottom of her heart. She would rather die than be the servant of Fong Jian. Don't worry. Ling Tion lightly clapped the back of her hand and comforted her with a light smile. His smile washed over her like a spring breeze, and the young girl's anxious expression eased up slightly. Young master, this pig fainted. The fatty was beaten up until he was covered in blood and blacked out, causing Fong Jian's lackeys to stop. Forget about him for now, come over here and look. Someone is actually trying to snatch a woman from me. Fong Jian glanced at Ling Tion with a mocking smile. Who dares to try and snatch a woman from young Master Fong? Fong Jian's 3 lackeys stared at Ling Tion menacingly. Scram! Ling Tion's voice was cold and detached, as if coming from hell, causing chills in the heart of anyone who heard it. Fong Jian and his 3 lackeys were stupefied, even the crowd was struck dumb. Where did this reckless guy come from? Kid, do you know who I am? Fong Jian asked with a cold smile. He even felt suspicious as to whether this kid even knew who he was. Aren't you that useless kid from the Fong family? Relying on your family's power to bully men and forcible seize women. I really wonder if the Fong family was no more, what would happen to you? Ling Tion laughed coldly while holding the young girl's tender and delicate hands as he walked out of the crowd. Kill him. Fong Jian's face was the color of a pig's intestine, and he shouted with extreme rage. Yes, young master. The 3 lackeys rushed towards Ling Tion. Stand here and don't move. Lightly instructing the young girl, Ling Tion did not have a sliver of fear when facing the 3 lackeys, and he directly went to meet them head-on. He had already noticed earlier that the cultivation of the strongest of the 3 lackeys was only at the 2nd level of body tempering stage, therefore they were of no threat to him. Ling Tion's leg moved slightly and dodged the attack of the strongest lackey as he brushed past him smoothly. Spinning his body around agilely, his upper body inclined backwards as his arms drew backward and his spine trembled. His whole body became like a heavy bow drawn to its limit and waiting to be released. Collapsing fist. Ling Tion swung out his right fist like an arrow leaving the bowstring, and his fist moved like a landslide. The strength in his entire body was focused in his fist, and it blasted into the back of the lackey, landing exactly on his spine. Kacha! The lackey let out a harsh and shrill cry and was fiercely blown away, falling to the ground. He blacked out. This scene was practically the same as the scene from earlier in the morning when Ling Tion defeated Li Xian. The only difference was that Ling Tion showed mercy when defeating Li Xian and only crippled an arm. However, this time he shattered the opponent's spine. Fong Jian's lackey would never be able to stand up again in his lifetime. The faces of the other 2 lackeys distorted, and they were stuck in a daze after seeing the strongest among them being beaten like that. However, even when they noticed Ling Tion's stern gaze, they still forced themselves to go up against him. Bang! Bang! For Ling Tion, teaching a lesson to 2 first-level of body tempering stage martial artists was as easy as playing a game. Casually moving a step, he lifted his hands and swung out both fists to smash downward from above. His fists hit both lackeys on the head and caused them to black out. Cleaving fist. It was another type of 5-element fist move from form and will boxing. Only Fan Jian was left standing. Even though Fong Jian was the son of the Fong family patriarch, his debaucherous lifestyle drained his body of its vigor and was only at the first level of body tempering stage. His strength was even lower than that of his 3 lackeys. You. Don't come near me. I'm the young master of the Fong family. If you dare touch me, your whole family will die. Noticing Ling Tion walking towards him, Fong Jian's face distorted. Worthy of being called the Fong family young master. Even in such a situation you still dare to threaten me. Ling Tion laughed coldly, and he quickly moved forward 2 steps and kicked Fong Jian away. Spinning around, he pulled the dumbstruck, beautiful young girl and left, disappearing far away at the end of the road. Seems like this time young Master Fong met a ferocious person. He went for wool but came home shorn. I wonder who that other young master was? He seemed to be around the same age as Fang Jian and his lackeys, but his strength is so shocking. He dares to beat the young master of the Fong family. He's no ordinary person for sure. The crowd dispersed slowly. Their discussions carried a sense of pleasure taken at Fong Jian's misfortune. Ling Tion followed the young girl back to her rundown room and spent a few silver coins on her mother's burial. Take this money to start a small business. Ling Tion gave his remaining silver coins to the young girl. Young master, do you dislike me? The young girl's body trembled. Her face was deathly pale and carried a trace of weakness. Ling Tion shook his head. What are you thinking of? You only tried to sell yourself to pay for your mother's burial because you had no other choice. My assistance required little to no effort. You don't need to use your life to repay me. Since the beginning, he had never intended for the young girl to be his servant. Young master, you're a good person. Let me follow you, please. Mom is dead, and I have no one left in this world, please. The young girl extended her hand and grabbed onto Ling Tion's sleeve and said in a delicate and touching manner. Noticing the anticipation in the young girl's eyes, Ling Tion took a moment to think. Okay, you can follow me home, he decided. Thank you, young master. The young girl immediately smiled like a flower. When Ling Tion left the Li family estate, he was alone, but he had another person with him when he returned. On the way back, the young girl's extremely beautiful appearance caused many Li family disciples to look her way, and they started guessing the identity of the young girl and her connection to Ling Tion. Ling Tion brought the young girl home and went to see his mother Li Ro. Li Ro was slightly shocked when she noticed that her son had brought a young girl home. Although the young girl's clothes were plain and simple, they could not conceal her natural beauty. With just a glance, Li Ro had a good impression of this beautiful young girl. This is my mom. Ling Tion introduced Li Ro to the young girl. I'm Ke. Nice to meet you, madam. The young girl seemed ill at ease when she met Li Ro. Her beautiful face flushed, making her look even cuter. Tian, what's this all about? Li Ro glanced at Ling Tion with a faint smile. She didn't expect that her son would return with a beautiful young girl after only going on a short outing. Mom, it's like this. Ling Tion told his mother the story of how he met the young girl, Ke, and he did not conceal any information, as he even included the part where he taught the Fong family's young master a lesson. Is that the same Fong Jian who is infamous throughout Fresh Breeze Town? It doesn't matter if you beat him up. Even if the Fong family comes here and tries to cause trouble, we are in the right. Li Ro displayed an expression of indifference and nodded. In the next moment, her gentle gaze full of motherly love slowly descended upon the young girl. Ke, since you have no one left, you can stay with us. As it happens, the servant girl of my courtyard went back to her village yesterday to get married. You can stay in her room. Li Ro looked tenderly at the young girl. Thank you, madam. Ke hurriedly expressed her thanks as her rosy face flashed a brief expression of excitement. Come, I'll take you to get changed. Li Ro took hold of the young girl's hands and went into her bedroom, leaving a stunned and astounded Ling Tion standing still. When the young girl followed Li Ro out once again, she had changed into bright and new clothes, and Li Ro even helped her put on a little bit of makeup. Her long jet black hair was now tied up, and her elegant face emitted a charming bright red glow that made her seem like a lotus that had just bloomed. Her eyebrows were shaped like willow leaves, and eyes were shaped like apricots. Her fine nose and red lips all seemed perfect. Her slightly expanding chest was like a budding flower. It seemed as if it would burst forth and blossom at any moment. She had a slender waist that could be embraced with a single arm, round and mellow buttocks, and long and slender legs. Her features made her appear fair, slim, graceful, and likable. Like the meaning of her name, she is indeed a likable and cute girl. Standing to the side, Li Ro praised while looking at the young girl. "Kuer, these clothes were mine when I was younger. They are yours from now on." Looking at the entranced Duan Ling Tion, Li Ro joked, "Look, I only helped you put on a little bit of makeup, and someone is already staring blankly, wishing he could eat you up." His mother's words caused Duan Ling Tion give an embarrassed smile, withdrawing his gaze from the young girl. The young girl's elegant appearance after putting on some makeup did indeed enchant him. As the king of mercenaries from his previous life, he never had a lack of women by his side. Although those women were beautiful, they lacked elegance and refinement. On this point, they could not even be compared against Kuer. "Madam, I'm just a servant girl. It's not proper for me to wear such clothes." Li Ro's words caused the young girl's face to become so red that it seemed as if blood might drip out. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor of Li Ro. Smilingly, Li Ro teased again, "Who told you that you're a servant girl? Even if I wanted to make you my servant girl, I'm afraid somebody won't even let me." Duan Ling Tion was speechless. Since the beginning, he had not uttered a single word, yet he still took a bullet. Hearing Li Ro, the young girl's face became even more red. Although Li Ro and Duan Ling Tion didn't consider Kuer to be a servant girl, the intelligent and sensible Kuer still took on the responsibility of all the chores. As far as she was concerned, young master and madam were kind enough to allow her to stay. If she didn't do anything to repay them, her heart wouldn't be at ease. The kind, sensible, and intelligent Kuer quickly obtained the acknowledgement of Li Ro and Duan Ling Tion and quickly blended into the small family. Fong family estate. In a medium-sized courtyard, middle-aged man restlessly walked about, occasionally glancing at the nearby bedroom. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and an old man emerged from within. "Master Son, how's the condition of my son?" The middle-aged man hurriedly greeted the old man. "Manager Fong, the person who did this was extremely merciless and almost completely shattered your son's spine. Even after consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, there were no signs of recovery. I am unable to do anything. You have my condolences." The old man sighed while shaking his head. "What?" The middle-aged man's face distorted. Even the grade 9 alchemist that their Fong family paid a hefty sum to invite was unable to do anything. Did that mean his son would be crippled permanently and be stuck lying on a bed for the rest of his life? Fong Cheng. Right at this moment, a dignified middle-aged man walked in and passed an exquisite box to the Fong family manager, Fong Cheng. "This is a grade 8 gold injury pill. Quickly let your son consume it." Patriarch. Fong Cheng stared blankly. Although he wanted to beg the patriarch for the grade 8 gold injury pill, when he thought about how the Fong family only had one grade 8 gold injury pill, he could only give up on the idea because he did not believe he would be able to obtain the pill with his status as the Fang family manager. When he saw the patriarch delivering the grade 8 gold injury pill to him, he couldn't help himself from getting excited. "Fong Chang, if it wasn't for my unfilial son causing trouble, your son wouldn't have been injured. I apologize for this incident. As for that unfilial son, I will surely severely punish him and give you a satisfying explanation," Patriarch Fong Yi said with an expression of shame and regret. Patriarch. Fong Chang was so agitated that he knelt down. The sliver of displeasure in his heart disappeared completely. "Get up and quickly give the medicinal pill to your son," Fong Yi said. Fong Chang stood up and began to extend his hands out to receive the grade 8 gold injury pill from Fong Yi. Manager Fong, if I were to be straightforward, let alone a grade 8 gold injury pill, even a grade 7 gold injury pill would be unable to heal your son's injuries, the old man standing to the side abruptly said. Unless you have a bone formation pill. But bone formation pills are extinct. Fong Chang's extended hand stiffened, and the rekindled hope in his heart was mercilessly shattered again. Nevertheless, let him consume it and try his luck, Fong Yi said. Patriarch, it's not necessary. I believe Master Sunday. There's no point in wasting this precious medicinal pill on my son. Fong Chang shook his head. What I want to do the most now is to find out who crippled my son and seek revenge. Taking a deep breath, Fong Chang's eyes emitted a cold light of hatred. Manager Fong, you can be assured that the entire Fong family will spare no efforts in finding the assailant, said Fong Yi in a resolute voice. Thank you, Patriarch. Li family estate. A piece of shocking news spread among the Li family members like lightning. Next month, Li family's genius martial artist Li Jie would fight a battle against 9th Elder Sun Duan Ling Tion. Allegedly, for the sake of this battle, 7th Elder even went to request the Patriarch and Grand Elder to be the witnesses to the battle. This news caused quite a large sensation in the Li family. The moment Li Xion's arm was crippled by Duan Ling Tion, I knew that 7th Elder and Li Jie wouldn't be willing to let go. Who could have known that they would take action so swiftly? Hee. A 4th level of body tempering stage martial artist challenging a 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. For the sake of his brother, Li Jie is really going all out and throwing away all his pride. I wonder what Duan Ling Tion was thinking. To actually agree to Li Jie's challenge. It couldn't be that his brain got fried when he was beaten up by Li Xion before, right? Li Jie will show no mercy in this battle, and even if he can't kill Duan Ling Tion, he will definitely cripple him. No one had high hopes for Duan Ling Tion. One was the famous genius martial artist of the Li family with boundless potential, who stepped into the 4th level of body tempering stage at the age of 16. The other was an obscure disciple with another surname who had only recently completed body tempering and become a 1st level of body tempering stage martial artist. Although relying upon the strange and formidable collapsing fist allowed him to defeat Li Xion at the 2nd level of body tempering stage, no one would consider that he would able to defeat Li Jie even then. Although Li Jie and Li Xion were siblings, their strength was not on the same level at all. While the whole Li family was stirred up about the upcoming battle, the person concerned with the whole matter seemed to have vanished. Done. Looking at the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, Duan Ling Tion had a smile on his face. Relying on Rebirth Martial Emperor's thorough comprehension of the inscription technique, he succeeded in inscribing the ring on his first try. Li Jie, when the day comes, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. The corner of Duan Ling Tion's mouth curled up, forming an evil smile. Young master, the water is ready. Behind the bedroom screen, the young girl gracefully walked out as she has finished changing the water in the bath barrel for Duan Ling Tion. Kair, you must be tired. Go get some rest. Duan Ling Tion walked over, extended his hand, and used his sleeve to help wipe the sweat off the young girl's forehead. The entire process was extremely gentle. Kair, let me do this kind of hard labor from now on, Duan Ling Tion said with an expression of pity. Young master, it's all right. After bathing with the medicinal liquid you gave me, Kair is very strong. The young girl shook her little arms, and a touched smile appeared on her flushed face. Seems like our Kair is going to complete her body tempering and become a martial artist as soon as she starts cultivating a cultivation method. Duan Ling Tion lightly kneaded the young girl's little arms and smiled. Young master, Kair knows you treat me very well, but Kair also knows that families such as the Li family have their own set of rules. Cultivation methods are not permitted to be casually passed on to others. Kair is happy as long as Kair is able to accompany you and madam. It doesn't matter if Kair can become a martial artist or not, Kair sensibly said. Silly girl, if I wanted to pass a cultivation method to you, naturally it would not be one from the Li family. Okay, you go and have a rest. I'll come look for you in your room later this evening. Kair, why did your face suddenly turn so red? Are you okay? Ling Tion shook his head and lightly smiled. Young master, you're so evil, bullying Kuer. After being made fun of by Ling Tion, the young girl fled, leaving a laughing Ling Tion. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. Sitting cross-legged in the bath barrel, Ling Tion had a tranquil expression as he cultivated with his eyes closed. The water inside the bath barrel started spinning around Ling Tion's body, creating a whirlpool. 7 treasures body-tempering liquid gathered at the heart of the whirlpool, continuously fusing into Ling Tion's body and helping him cultivate. Subtle changes were occurring in Ling Tion's body at every moment. His lifeblood was strengthening and his muscles were pulsating. Voila! When the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid inside the barrel was fully absorbed, Ling Tion opened his eyes and walked out of the bath barrel. Looks like it will take me quite some time to break through to the 2nd level of the body-tempering stage. As he lightly clenched his fists and felt strength flowing through his body, a trace of bright light passed through Ling Tion's eyes. I need to break through to the 3rd level of the body-tempering stage before my battle with Li Jie. If not, even with the help of inscriptions, I will lose the initiative in the battle with Li Jie. Li Jie was a 4th-level body-tempering stage martial artist, so his cultivation provided him with an extra 200 pounds of strength. Furthermore, his body, bones, and internal organs had gone through a large degree of metamorphosis, which caused its toughness to rise beyond that of an ordinary person's body. If Ling Tion does not break through to the 3rd level of the body-tempering stage by the end of the 1-month period, even if Li Jie stands there like a punching bag, Ling Tion still might not be able to injure him even if form and will boxing is stronger. The concept is likened to a child that has just learned to walk. Even if the child has a grandmaster level form and will boxing comprehension, the child will not be able to harm an adult. The child and the adult are not on the same level playing field. If one's strength can't even go through the opponent's defense, what use would skills and techniques have? Right, I have a rendezvous with Kuer. Ling Tion walked out of his room thinking about what cultivation method he should pass to Kuer. Besides the 2 top cultivation methods, 9 dragons wore sovereign technique and 3 lives rebirth technique. Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories contained many other cultivation methods that could be cultivated to the Martial Emperor stage. It's not that Ling Tion was unwilling to pass on the best 9 dragons wore sovereign technique to Kuer and was purposely concealing it. The issue was that this cultivation method pursued a Tao of indomitable fierceness, so it was not suitable for women. Got it, this cultivation method isn't bad. Frost God's Sword Technique, the cultivation method of a martial emperor from 20,000 years ago. This martial emperor was a formidable cultivator of the sword, and most importantly, she was a woman. No matter whether it was Earth from his previous life or his current lifetime in Cloud Continent, in terms of physical constitution, women were naturally weaker than men. This was an undeniable fact. In Cloud Continent, if a woman wanted to become strong, she would need to put in much more effort than a man would. Frost Martial Emperor aroused deep veneration and respect in Ling Tion. Through Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, Ling Tion found out that Rebirth Martial Emperor and Frost Martial Emperor had battled once. In that battle, the wager was their personal cultivation methods. In the end, Rebirth Martial Emperor won, and that is how he acquired Frost Martial Emperor's cultivation method. Yes, I'll pass this cultivation method to Kuer. When Ling Tion finally made his decision, he had already arrived outside Kuer's bedroom. He lightly knocked on the door. The door opened. "Young master," the young girl lightly said when she saw Ling Tion, then her immature and beautiful face turned slightly red. Ling Tion entered Kuer's bedroom and closed the door behind him. "Kuer, I've already thought about which cultivation method to pass on to you. Come, I'll pass the body tempering section to you first. You need to remember it properly." Looking at the young girl who was not at ease due to being nervous, Ling Tion lightly smiled. The young girl lightly nodded, listening seriously. It has to be said that Kuer was indeed a very intelligent young girl. Ling Tion only recited the body tempering section of Frost God's sword technique 3 times before Ku'er was able to fully memorize it. But problems arose quickly as well. Young master, although I have already memorized the cultivation method, I don't know where all the acupuncture points listed are located. What should I do? Ku'er looked eagerly at Ling Tion with a delicate and touching expression. I was careless. Why don't I teach you how to identify those acupuncture points? Ling Tion was dazed for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. Okay. Ku'er nodded excitedly. In Ku'er's heart, she really desired to become a martial artist. In her mind, once she becomes a martial artist, she will be able to protect her loved ones like the young master and the madam. Following the directions of Ling Tion, Ku'er sat on the bed facing him. Ku'er, the Jiawei acupuncture point is 7 inches above the belly button. Yes, it's here. Ling Tion slowly extended his hand and located her belly button through her thin clothes. His finger moved upwards and stopped at her Jiawei acupuncture point. Ku'er, have you remembered it? Ling Tion could feel how her body was trembling lightly. He thought about how sensitive this girl was while secretly laughing to himself. Yes, I've remembered. The young girl's face was as red as an apple and her voice was lightly quivering because she was feeling extremely shy. Ling Tion taught her how to identify the acupuncture points one by one. As his hand slowly moved upwards, the young girl's body started to shake even more intensely, causing Ling Tion's heart to become slightly restless. Although Ku'er was only 15, she had developed well. To Ling Tion, it was undoubtedly an enormous temptation. After he became a mercenary in his previous life, Ling Tion's life could be described as unrestrained. Of course, it was merely for amusement most of the time. As a mercenary that was constantly in the battlefield, he was self-conscious. He knew that love was just a dream, and he wasn't willing to allow a woman to become a weak point that his enemies could use against him. Ku'er, can you still continue? Ling Tion asked after noticing that she was covered in sweat. Young master, you can continue, she said unyieldingly. Ku'er, here is the Shanzhong acupuncture point. Ling Tion nodded, then he extended a finger and pressed down again. Ku'er's body trembled intensely, as if shocked by electricity. She could not hold on any longer, so she fell forward into Ling Tion's embrace. As the beautiful young girl covered in sweat fell down on him, a sweet scent entered his nose. Ling Tion caught her in his arms. When the soft and supple figure entered his arms, the mood in the room became slightly charming and gentle. The young girl's body trembled and she shyly lowered her head. It coincidentally knocked into a hard object, causing Ling Tion's face to distort. He then let out a smothered sound. Young master, you're okay, right? The young girl hurriedly raised her head, looking at Ling Tion with a slightly panic-stricken expression. I'm fine. Ling Tion forced out a low growl from his throat. The young girl seemed to have realized something at this moment, so she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Ling Tion. Ku'er, ask my mother to teach you how to identify the rest of the acupuncture points. I need to leave now. Ling Tion unwillingly got off the bed and fled. I'm so ashamed. Just now I actually. He left behind the young girl whose face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out at any moment, talking to herself in a low voice. After Ling Tion left the young girl's room, he took a deep breath. He was afraid that he would be unable to refrain himself from doing something crazy. According to what people would say in his previous life, the 15-year-old Ku'er was a girl that had not reached adulthood. Tian, why are you coming out of Ku'er's room, huh? Li Ro, who had just returned, coincidentally bumped into Ling Tion and noticed his panicked discomposure. Mom, I have things to do. I'm going back to my room. When Ling Tion noticed Li Ro's gaze, he laughed embarrassedly and hurriedly returned to his room. As someone who was experienced, Li Ro couldn't hold back her laughter. It seemed her son had grown up. Li Ro walked up and entered Kaer's room, which had not been closed yet. Kaer, you. Li Ro was just in time to see the young girl sitting on her bed with a flushed complexion. Li Ro's gaze had a hint of playfulness. Madam. Noticing Li Ro, the young girl was startled. Madam, it's not what you're thinking. Young master was just teaching me how to identify acupuncture points. She hurriedly explained. Identify acupuncture points? After hearing her, Li Ro's gaze became even weirder. A month's time passed quickly. Today was the day of the battle between Ling Tion and Li Jie. Daybreak in a clean and tidy room. Ling Tion stood up and walked out of the bath barrel. He had just finished the last portion of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. As he lightly shook his numb body and felt the strength contained within it, there was an indistinct smile in the corner of Ling Tion's mouth. This entire month of hard work was not wasted. After going through bitter cultivation for a month, the immatureness on Ling Tion's face had faded slightly. Prolonged hours of body tempering caused Ling Tion's body to become robust and sturdy. His dark purple close-fitting clothes showed off his perfect physique. Compared to that sickly appearance he had 1 month before when he hadn't yet completed body tempering and became a martial artist, he now looked like another person. Just then, he heard a light knocking sound coming from outside. Young master, have you woken up yet? A pleasant voice like that of an oriole bird singing caused a hint of gentleness to flash by Ling Tion's tranquil expression. After properly putting on his clothes, Ling Tion walked out from behind the screen, slowly made his way to the door, extended his arm, and opened it. As the door opened, rays of soft and warm sunlight poured into the room and onto Ling Tion's body. Outside, a slim and graceful young girl locked eyes with Ling Tion. When their eyes met, she lowered her head in panic as a slight trace of rosy red emerged on her face. The young girl was wearing light green clothes that showed off her developing figure. A pair of budding flowers that unintentionally released the temptation of youthfulness. A slender waist that could be embraced with one arm was tied with a light blue belt that fluttered with the wind. Gazing at the young girl outside, Ling Tion was absent-minded for a moment. Kaer, you woke up so early. Coming back to his senses, Ling Tion smiled slightly. He sighed lightly in his heart. In this past month, since she completed her body tempering, her body was becoming more and more hot. As Ling Tion continued to size her up, her face was so red that it seemed that blood might drip out. Young master, madam said that she will be going ahead. She asked me to come wake you up and come together with you. I didn't expect young master to be awake so early. The young girl blinked her eyes. Her willow leaf eyebrows curved into the shape of a crescent moon as she lightly nodded. What the young girl said caused Ling Tion to laugh bitterly. Kaer, you broke through to the 2nd level of the body tempering stage? Suddenly, Ling Tion gazed at the young girl with a shocked expression when he noticed that she had broken through. It's all thanks to young master and the medicinal liquid that you concocted for me. If not for that, Kaer's progress would not be so quick. The young girl's clear eyes slightly moved and her willow leaf eyebrows lightly rose. She lightly nodded her chin and the corners of her mouth held a moving smile. The medicinal liquid is just a secondary factor. The most important point is that you have good innate talent. It seems like Frost God's sword technique is very suitable for you. Kaer, you will need a sword since you're cultivating a sword cultivation method. Later in the afternoon, I'll take you out to go buy a sword. Ling Tion shook his head and smiled. Young master, didn't you say that the body tempering section of Frost God's sword technique didn't contain any matching sword skills? The young girl blinked her clear eyes. I'll teach you other sword skills. Do you want to learn? Ling Tion playfully asked. Yes. She hurriedly nodded, seemingly afraid that Ling Tion might go back on his word. Kaer, let's go. After walking out of his room and closing the door behind him, he naturally extended his hand and held the tender and delicate hand of the young girl. His actions seemed extremely natural and smooth, as if he had practiced countless times. Yes, we can't let Madam wait for us for too long. The young girl's face had a smile of happiness as her little hands exerted force to hold the youth's hand tightly. The young couple held hands as they walked out of the courtyard and towards the Lee family martial arts practice hall. On the way, they attracted many gazes that contained jealousy, admiration, and hatred. The way some Lee family disciples gazed at Ling Tion made it seem as if their eyes would spit fire at any moment. They wished they could push Ling Tion aside and take his place. There were also some young girls who had expressions of jealousy when they looked at Kuer, who was beautiful enough to resemble a little celestial maiden. The Lee family martial arts practice hall was an enormous greenstone arena. The terrain outside the arena had a slightly higher elevation. Right now there was a stream of people going there. These people were all Lee family disciples that were gathering together. They were bustling with so much noise and excitement that the force of the sound shot up to the sky. It's only two youths having a battle, but nearly all the elders of the family have come. What a spectacle! Yeah, even the family's marketplace managers have returned from Fresh Breeze Town. The size of the occasion today can be compared to a coming-of-age ceremony. In my opinion, the reason that all the elders have returned is because 7th Elder invited the Grand Elder and the Patriarch to bear witness. They have no choice but to come, or it would be disrespectful. At the front of the martial arts practice arena, there was a high platform on which seating had been laid. Many people were already sitting there enjoying some scented tea. These people were the higher-ups of the Lee family. The Lee family patriarch, Fong, sat in the middle. Besides the empty seat beside him, the other seats had all been taken. Behind each of these Lee family elders stood a few youths and young girls. As the 9th elder of the Lee family, Lee Rose sat at the edge. Her face was tranquil as if her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. 9th elder, you have good self-control. 7th elder Li Kun and Li Ro were separated by the 8th elder. Li Kun leaned his head over to look at Li Ro and smiled faintly. Li Kun had an expression of utter confidence in victory. Li Ro acted as if she didn't hear him and completely ignored him, causing the 8th elder who was in the middle to be unable to refrain from revealing an odd smile on his face. Humph! Li Kun grunted out of anger. He wanted to see how long Li Ro could continue putting up her act. Today, his son Li Jie will surely cripple Ling Tion and take revenge for that kid who will be unable to recover from his injuries. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The stream of people split apart. Along with respectful greetings full of reverence, an aged figure walked up the high platform. It was the Li family Grand Elder, Li Hua. Grand Elder. Including Patriarch Li Fong, all of the Li family elders stood up and respectfully saluted the old man. This old man was not only the strongest person in the Li family, he was also a respected grade 9 alchemist. In the Cloud Continent, only a graded alchemist could be considered to be a real alchemist. Becoming an alchemist required one to meet extremely stringent requirements. It can be said that out of 1,000 core formation stage martial artists, there was a chance that not even one would be capable of becoming an alchemist. In Fresh Breeze Town, the 3 families each had one grade 9 alchemist. But only the Li family's alchemist was of their own kin, whereas the alchemists of the other 2 families were invited into the family by paying hefty sums. Those alchemists could leave at any moment. The old man lightly nodded and sat at the seat beside the Patriarch Li Fong. Then he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Little Jia, since Grand Elder has already arrived, go enter the arena. 7th Elder said to Li Jia, who was standing behind him. After nodding his head, Li Jie walked off into the spacious martial arts practice hall. Even Grand Elder has arrived and Li Jie has entered the arena, but why hasn't Ling Tion arrived yet? What haughty manners Ling Tion has. He isn't afraid to come, right? The Li family disciples surrounding the martial arts practice hall started to talk to each other. Some of them were even feeling contemptuous toward Ling Tion. 9th Elder, even Grand Elder has arrived. Why hasn't your son Ling Tion arrived yet? He isn't afraid to come, right? 7th Elder purposely said loudly on the high platform. Don't worry, 7th Elder. Since my son has agreed to the battle, he will naturally come. Li Ro made a light humph sound. Ninth Elder, I feel there is no reason to conduct today's battle. Why don't you concede on behalf of your son? At least this way you can avoid him getting injured and prevent the relationship between you and Seventh Elder from getting hurt. Sixth Elder Li Ping, a man with a knife scar on his face, said coolly as he was on good terms with Li Kun. Sixth Elder, according to what you said, do you think that Li Jie will win for sure? Fifth Elder could not refrain from asking. That is a publicly acknowledged fact. Li Ping smiled. Then Sixth Elder, let's make a bet. If Li Jie wins, I'll pay you 500 silver, but if Ling Tion wins, you will pay me 500 silver. What say you? Li Ting looked deeply at Li Ping before slowly saying this. The Li family elders were only paid no more than 20 silver each month. Li Ting unexpectedly used a few years' worth of his salary to make the bet. The Li family higher-ups at the scene, including the patriarch Li Fong, looked at Li Ting in shock. Never could they have imagined that he was so confident towards Ling Tion. Even Grand Elder Li Hua opened his eyes and looked deeply at Li Ting. After hearing what Li Ting had said, Li Ping's eyes shone brightly. He was originally a person who liked to gamble. He could be considered a gambling addict. In his mind, Li Ting was gifting him free money. The only problem was that he did not have 500 silver at the moment. His money was mostly spent at the gambling den. Are you afraid, Sixth Elder? Seeing that Li Ping was quiet, Li Ting laughed. Li Ping's face instantly turned red. He leaned over and looked towards Seventh Elder Li Kun. Sixth Elder, I can lend you 500 silver. Furthermore, I will take out another 500 silver to bet with Fifth Elder. Are you willing to bet with me, Fifth Elder? Li Jie said, after noticing Li Ping's difficulties. He looked at Li Ting with a keen gaze. Li Ting frowned. Although 500 silver was only a few years' worth of salary, once the expenses for these few years were taken into account, Li Ting only had around 800 silver saved up. Li Kun, who could collect a savings of 1,000 silver, could be considered to be rich amongst the Li family elders. It could be said that Li Kun was risking his entire fortune and going all out. Li Ro wanted to help Fifth Elder out of his current situation, but although willing, she was powerless to render her assistance. Over the years, she had spent all of her money on purchasing medicinal materials to help her son strengthen his constitution. Combined with her son's recent expenditures on medicinal materials for the Seven Treasures body-tempering liquid, all of her savings only amounted to a bit over 100 silver. What's wrong, Fifth Elder? Don't you dare to bet with Seventh Elder. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed with a complacent expression. Just as Li Ting was about to ask the other elders for a loan. Seventh Elder, I'll take you up on that 500 silver bet. A voice sounded from afar. Following this voice came a young couple walking together hand in hand. The one who spoke earlier was the youth. The youth had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome with a graceful bearing. It was indeed Ling Tion. Ninth Elder, after spending most of your money on your son in these years, could it be that you still have 500 silver left? Seventh Elder Li Kun ridiculed while taking a deep glance at Li Ro. Li Ro's eyebrows creased slightly and she sighed lightly in her heart. Greetings, Patriarch, Grand Elder, and all elders. Ling Tion walked up the high platform while holding Ke-er's hand and lightly bowed to the Li family higher-ups. Patriarch Li Fong glanced at Ling Tion with an expression of shock. The last time he saw him was a month ago. At that time, Li Ro was in a rage and was punishing Seventh Elder's son, Li Xian. At that time, Ling Tion was just a sickly person. But Ling Tion seemed like a completely different person now. Third level of the body tempering stage, Ling Tion, you actually broke through to the third level of the body tempering stage. When Li Fong instinctively checked up on Ling Tion's cultivation, his pupils shrank and his face had an expression of disbelief. Lin Feng's shocked exclamation was like a rock falling into a pool and causing 1,000 waves. Instantly, everyone on the platform had their gazes on Ling Tion. After a brief moment, Everyone on the platform except for Li Ro and Li Ting had expressions of disbelief. If memory serves me right, a month ago when he was severely injured by Li Xian, he wasn't even a martial artist yet. In only 1 month, this Duan Ling Tion went from being from an ordinary person to completing body tempering and subsequently reached the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. I'm not seeing things, am I? You're not seeing things. He really is at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Seems like he must have obtained some fortuitous gain. Including 7th Elder, most of the elders were all struck dumb. The scene in front of them was something that took them quite a while to react to. Grand Elder Li Hua opened his eyes and looked at Duan Ling Tion with an intrigued expression. Li Kun drew in a breath of cold air. Duan Ling Tion breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage was something that exceeded his expectations. However, once he thought about the difference between the 3rd level and the 4th level of the body tempering stage, he felt at ease once again. In his opinion, whether Duan Ling Tion was at the 2nd level or the 3rd level of the body tempering stage made no difference to his son Li Jie. Duan Ling Tion, you said earlier that you're willing to bet 500 silver with me? Li Kun looked at Duan Ling Tion as he asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tion nodded. But to the best of my knowledge, 9th Elder has spent most of her money on you in the past few years, so I'm afraid her savings are not enough to amount to 500 silver. Li Kun said. His face had a complacent expression as he waited for Duan Ling Tion to yield. You're right, my family really can't gather 500 silver. Duan Ling Tion nodded. The financial situation of his family was something that even he knew about. It was also for this reason that he wanted to cheat Li Kun of his 500 silver. Duan Ling Tion, the bet between me, 5th Elder, and 6th Elder are done using presently available money. The money must be passed over to the Patriarch so that he may bear witness. If you think you can make a bet without actually having the money to back it up, you are wrong. Li Kun smiled mockingly. Did I say I was going to place the bet without having the money first? Do you think I am like you? Disdainfully glancing at Li Kun and ignoring his eyes that were seemingly flaming, Duan Ling Tion let go of the young girl's hand and lightly said, Ku-er, go to my mother. The young girl cleverly nodded and went to stand beside Li Ro. 9th Elder, you have such good fortune. Some of the elders glanced at the young girl and congratulated Li Ro one after the other. All of them noticed that the young girl would grow up to be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty on par with Li Ro. Li Ro smiled in response to the elders' congratulations. Beside her, the young girl's face had long ago flushed red from embarrassment. What is Tion planning to do? Watching her son going against 7th Elder Li Kun, Li Ro's eyes flashed with a sliver of doubt. It was getting tougher to understand her son. Then let me see how you, Duan Ling Tion, produce 500 silver today. If I'm not wrong, even 5th Elder isn't able to produce another 500 silver. Li Kun glanced at Duan Ling Tion in disdain. Just when Li Ting was about to take out his last 300 silver, Duan Ling Tion's reply not only interrupted his actions, but also caused him to have an astounded expression on his face. Don't worry, 7th Elder, I'm not planning on borrowing money from 5th Elder, said Duan Ling Tion, under gazes of disbelief from the Li family higher-ups. He then walked to the front of Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I know that because you usually have to cultivate and refine medicine, your body probably has many hidden injuries. How about I help give you a massage, and then you give me 500 silver as payment? What say you? Duan Ling Tion looked at Li Hua and faintly smiled. Tion, don't cause trouble. Li Ro's face distorted. In the Li family, Grand Elder's status was even above the Patriarch. Seeing her son being conceited in front of the Grand Elder, she felt angry and worried. Hidden injuries? Grand Elder was a grade 9 alchemist. If he really had any hidden injuries, he would have treated himself already. Just when the Patriarch and all the higher-ups were expecting Grand Elder to be furious. You want 500 silver only for giving me a massage? Kid, you really know how to demand an exorbitant price. Li Hua glanced at Duan Ling Tion with an intrigued expression, lightly smiling. Grand Elder, how about I give you the massage first? After it's done, You judge the effect yourself and pay me according to how much you think it's worth. Ling Tion made nothing of what Li Hua had said. Hearing what Ling Tion said aroused Li Hua's interest. Okay, I'm curious about what you're capable of, kid. The only reason he agreed was because Ling Tion had changed so much in the past month. In 1 month's time, breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage from an ordinary person was something truly unbelievable. As a grade 9 alchemist, he was well aware. A normal person would be unable to completely transform into a 3rd level body tempering martial artist in a mere month's time, even if that person had an unending supply of body tempering medicinal pills. The present Ling Tion was covered in mystery. Moreover, his body really did have hidden injuries which had worried him for all these years, so he wanted to give Ling Tion's massage a try. Seeing Ling Tion standing behind Li Hua and placing his hand on his shoulders, most of the Li family elders had odd expressions on their faces. They thought that 9th elder's son was dreaming. If a casual massage could really earn 500 silver, they would resign from being elders to go be masseuses. Seeing the scene, the corner of Li Kun's mouth curled into a cold smile. Not respecting hierarchy and playing tricks on the Grand Elder. Not only would Grand Elder be furious, it would also be a crime against the Li family. In his opinion, Ling Tion was out of luck. Li Jie and the surrounding Li family disciples in the martial arts practice hall were unable to hear what was said on the high platform, so they did not know what was happening. Seeing Ling Tion standing behind Grand Elder and giving him a massage, their eyes nearly dimmed and they almost blacked out. What was Ling Tion doing? Did he think that giving a massage to the Grand Elder would make the Grand Elder bestow him with the strength to defeat Li Jie? F***K. What is this Ling Tion doing? Instead of getting into the arena as soon as he arrived, he's busy flattering the elders. Is he trying to win favor from the Grand Elder because he's worried that Li Jie will beat him up too badly? I think you're right. Seems like the only possible explanation. Ling Tion's action caused anger in the masses. Grand Elder, while I'm massaging, please don't circulate your origin energy, said Ling Tion to Li Hua. Using force in his hands, he started kneading Li Hua's shoulders. At this moment, a segment of memories flashed by in his mind. This segment of memories belonged to Rebirth Martial Emperor. It was a very ingenious massaging technique. This technique was made to treat the side effects present on the bodies of low-grade alchemists. Just now, when he saw Grand Elder for the first time, Ling Tion noticed from the light black spot between his eyebrows that he was suffering from side effects. This kind of side effect usually presented itself on low-grade alchemists who had to research the methods of refining medicine by themselves. Usually these side effects would not cause any discomfort, but when the alchemist circulates origin energy, there will be some pain in the body. On rare occasions, this pain would hurt so badly that it would feel like a knife was being twisted inside one's heart and living would be no better than dying. Ling Tion learned all of this from Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories. Rebirth Martial Emperor, being a formidable alchemist himself, had researched the art of refining medicine to mastery, so there was nothing he wasn't capable of. Abruptly, the movement of Ling Tion's hands that were kneading Li Hua's shoulders increased in speed. Li Hua's expression changed from being tranquil and he started to tremble. Soon after, he clenched his teeth with a ferocious expression on his face as if he was dealing with extremely intense pain. The Li family higher-ups on the platform all felt chills go down their spines. How painful could it be to cause the formidable Grand Elder to have such an expression? 15 minutes later, Ling Tion stopped while sweating heavily. Who? At this moment, Li Hua spat out a mouthful of foul air. After slowly opening high eyes, they shone like there was an array of stars inside. He seemed as if he had grown 10 years younger. Origin energy was circulating smoothly throughout his body, causing him to feel a pleasant feeling like never before. In the past, circulating his origin energy would reopen his hidden injuries, but at this moment it seemed as if those hidden injuries had disappeared. Grand Elder, you still need to receive 2 more massages after this to fully treat the hidden injuries on your body. Now, how do you feel, Grand Elder? How much do you think you should give me as payment? Ling Tion smiled faintly. Li Hua laughed loudly, readily taking out a bunch of silver bills. Take 1,000 silver for now. Later on, each time you give me a massage, I'll give you 1,000 more like this time. What say you? 3 times would be 3,000 silver. Although Ling Tion knew that alchemists were rich, he didn't expect them to be this rich. The Grand Elder of the Li family was only a grade 9 alchemist, but paying 3,000 silver did not even cause him to blink an eye. Mother is a Li family elder, but I only get not more than 20 silver coins per month. This difference is really too much. Li Ro sighed in her heart. When they saw Ling Tion receive 1,000 silver, the Li family higher-ups were all dumbstruck. Especially Li Kun, who was waiting to ridicule Ling Tion. The cold smile on the corner of his mouth had stiffened. The scene in front of him felt like a dream. Ling Tion only gave the Grand Elder a massage for a while and he received 1,000 silver? Grand Elder, I can massage you too. My wife even praises me for my skills in giving massages. Why don't I give you a massage for 2 hours and then you can give me 1,000 silver too? 6th Elder Li Ping's eyes were shining brightly. It was as if he had found a new road to riches. He was staring intently at Grand Elder Li Hua. Li Hua made a light hump sound, completely ignoring Li Ping. Then he looked towards Ling Tion. Kid, where did you learn such a miraculous massaging technique? I feel as if the hidden injuries that I have accumulated over the years have started to be suppressed. With another 2 more massage sessions later on, the pain will certainly be fully removed. Li Hua asked curiously. Grand Elder, I stumbled upon the technique in a medical book. Ling Tion faintly smiled. Li Hua glanced deeply at Ling Tion. He naturally would not believe Ling Tion's lies, but he did not continue asking. It was obvious from Ling Tion's attitude that he wasn't willing to say. Hidden injuries? The Li family higher-ups were flabbergasted. They remembered that before Ling Tion gave Grand Elder the massage, he mentioned hidden injuries. They were curious as to how did Ling Tion found out that Grand Elder had hidden injuries. More importantly, he was capable of a massage technique that could cure the Grand Elder's hidden injuries. Li Ro glanced at her son. The doubt in her eyes had grown deeper. The young girl beside Li Ro, however, looked at Ling Tion in adoration. She was not the least bit shocked at Ling Tion's ability. In her heart, young master was omnipotent. 7th Elder, can I bet with you now? Ling Tion looked at Li Kun. Ling Tion, if you want to gift money to me, I will naturally not decline. Li Kun's eyes narrowed and he made a low hump sound. Good. Ling Tion nodded, then he passed half of the silver bills in his hand to the Patriarch Li Fong. Patriarch, this is the wager between 7th Elder and I. Please safekeep it and bear witness for us. Li Fong received the 500 silver with a complicated expression and nodded. Patriarch, here's the wager for the bet between 6th Elder and I. At this moment, 5th Elder Li Ting took out 500 silver and passed it to Li Fong. Patriarch, here's the wager for 6th Elder and I. Li Kun took out 1,000 silver. Let's begin. After Li Fong received the silver bills, he put them away and then looked towards Ling Tion. After giving the remaining 500 silver to his mother, Ling Tion nodded his head and walked into the martial arts practice hall to confront the waiting Li Jie. The Li family disciples surrounding the martial arts practice hall were looking at them intently. It was finally going to begin. Ling Tion, it took you a long time to get here. You aren't afraid, are you? Li Jie laughed coldly. Afraid? You think too highly of yourself. Li Jie, you better give today's match your all. If you lose, your family is going to go bankrupt. Ling Tion smiled faintly. What are you trying to say? Li Jie's face fell. He wasn't aware of the betting that had taken place on the platform. You will find out after today. The smile on Ling Tion's face became even more prominent, but in Li Jie's eyes it looked extremely unpleasant. Li Jie's face turned grim and the muscles in his body started bulging, causing his clothes to stretch. In an instant, Li Jie stomped his feet on the ground and ran swiftly towards Ling Tion. His speed was extremely fast, like that of a cheetah running at full speed. Ling Tion, I will make you pay tenfold for crippling the arm of my little brother. Li Jie swiftly rushed in front of Ling Tion, shouting loudly. His hands opened up, forming two palms, and he executed the master stage middle grade yellow rank martial skill, Falling Leaf Palm. His hands came violently slapping towards Ling Tion. Falling Leaf Palm. 7th Elder Li Jie is able to achieve mastery of the Falling Leaf Palm at only the 4th level of the body tempering stage. His innate talent is really good. I cultivated Falling Leaf Palm when I was young as well, and only achieved mastery when I was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. In this aspect, I am inferior to Li Jie. 7th Elder has such good fortune. Yes, 7th Elder has such a good son. It really makes me admire him. On the platform, as he heard the praise of the other elders, Li Kun smiled faintly. He was slightly smug. What martial skill is Ling Tion executing? Patriarch Li Nanfeng's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Ling Tion. They saw that Ling Tion had taken the horse stance and his body was slightly inclined forward. His body resembled a strong, heavy bow. It seemed like he was immovable like a mountain. Just at this very moment, when Li Jie's Falling Leaf Palm was descending towards him with a roaring sound, he finally moved. Silent as a virgin, moving like a mad rabbit. This sentence perfectly described the current Ling Tion. When facing Li Jie's Falling Leaf Palm, Ling Tion was not one bit scared. He moved to meet the attack head-on. Hai lifted up his right fist and swung it as if he were launching a cannonball towards Li Jie's palm strike. Clap! After the palm and fist struck each other, Li Jie's body slightly trembled, but he stood his ground. Ling Tion, on the other hand, was forced a few steps back, his face slightly red. Tian. Seeing Ling Tion being forced backwards, Li Ro had an expression of worry. The young girl behind her nervously clenched her fists as well, whereas Li Kun had a complacent expression. In his opinion, a 4th-level body-tempering martial artist going against a 3rd-level body-tempering martial artist was a one-sided battle without any suspense. 5th Elder, thank you for your 500 silver. 6th Elder Li Ping complacently said to Li Ting. It was as if 5th Elder's 500 silver had already entered his pocket. As expected of a 4th-level body-tempering martial artist, my strength is still lower if I fight him head-on. In the arena, Ling Tion's heart jerked. Maybe? Glancing at the ring on his hand, the corners of Ling Tion's mouth curled up into a smile. This was his secret weapon. Ling Tion, I really didn't think that you'd be able to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. But even so, it is impossible for you to be my opponent. Today I will take revenge for my little brother and completely cripple you. I will make you have to stay on a bed for the rest of your life. You will live your life in unending pain and despair until you die. Li Jie said in a condescending manner. Ling Tion's expression turned grim and cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't know that Li Jie was so merciless and cruel. The other time when Li Xan provoked him, he showed mercy by only crippling one of his arms. Or else Li Xan would have ended up the same as Fang Jian's lackey. Today, although Li Jie's strength was greater than his, he was absolutely confident that he could win if he relied on the inscription on his ring. Originally, as they both were Li family disciples, he was only planning to cripple one of his arms as punishment. But now that punishment seemed too lenient. Make me lie on a bed and live the rest of my life in pain and despair? Li Jie, you must remember what you just said. Please don't regret it. Ling Tion stared at Li Jie and abruptly laughed. Regret? I, Li Jie, have never known regret. Li Jie laughed coldly and stomped his legs with a disdainful expression on his face. He seemed as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger as he dove towards Ling Tion. The master stage Falling Leaf Palm slapped down towards Ling Tion once again. Ling Tion moved forward a step, then his upper body inclined backwards and once again bent into the shape of a bow. His right shoulder pressed backwards, causing his body to tremble, then his right fist swung out straight forward. Strength seeped out from his entire body as he moved to intercept Li Jie's falling leaf palm. Cannon Fist. One of the 5 elemental fists of form and will boxing. Like a cannon but not a cannon, once this punch is used, it has the force to topple mountains and overturn seas. Clap. The fist and palm struck each other again. Ling Tion's heart slightly jerked. The power inside the inscription on his ring burst forth, entering Li Jie's body. Instantly, Li Jie looked like he had just been struck by lightning. His body was trembling, his face was extremely distorted, and his eyes emitted an expression of extreme fear. It was as if he had been met with some horrible thing. Bang! When Li Jie's body started trembling, the force behind falling leaf palm dispersed, then Ling Tion's cannon fist struck out. Ka! Li Jie's arm bone broke from the force. The sharp sound of the bone breaking accompanied by Li Jie's shrill scream entered the ears of everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just when everyone was wondering how Li Jie, who had the upper hand, was now being trampled on by Ling Tion. Ling Tion moved forward, catching up to Li Jie, who was falling backwards. He kicked Li Jie, causing him to fly upwards for more than 3 meters. In the next moment, Ling Tion, who was still standing on the same spot, bent his legs and abruptly squatted. Li Jie, who had been kicked up into the sky, had a ghastly pale face and was dripping in cold sweat. When his body started to fall downwards, he turned his head and noticed Ling Tion's actions. He instantly understood what Ling Tion was planning to do. "Dad, save me." Li Jie felt a bone-piercing chill in his heart, so he shouted in fear. Because he was unable to move freely in the air, he had no means to use his 4th-level body tempering stage strength. Ling Tion's legs straightened in the blink of an eye and then, like a cannonball blasted up into the sky, he flew towards the rapidly falling Li Jie. "No!" Hearing his son's scream of despair, Li Tion finally reacted. Shouting loudly, he left his seat and flew down towards the arena. He wanted to save his son. Li Ro was worried that her son would be treated unfairly, so she followed after him and flew down towards the arena. Ling Tion's eyes shone with a cold light as he flew upwards. As Li Jie's body was dropping down, his fists mercilessly struck Li Jie's back exactly on his backbone. Ka! Kacha! Ear-piercing sounds of bones breaking sounded continuously. Instantly, Li Jie was blasted up towards the sky once more. His head swung backwards and his shrill scream stopped abruptly, then he blacked out. Bang! Ling Tion made use of the counterforce and firmly dropped to the ground. He raised his right arm just in time to catch Li Jie's falling body. He looked like an undefeatable war god. Heaving a sigh of relief, the corners of Ling Tion's mouth curled up slightly, turning into a warm smile. He had finally won, and it was all thanks to the paralyzation inscription on his ring. Paralyzation inscription was the inscription that Ling Tion prepared a month ago. Once released, it will cause the target to experience a split second of paralyzation, causing all the accumulated energy in the body to dissipate. That was the reason why Li Jie had lost to Ling Tion. All around the martial arts practice hall, every one of the Li family disciples were struck dumb. They all took a large amount of time to regain their senses. They found the events that had unfolded before their eyes extremely hard to believe. Noticing 7th Elder flying over in rage, the corners of Ling Tion's mouth flashed with a cold smile. Exerting force with his hand, he threw Li Jie towards Li Tion. Ling Tion. Li Tion caught Li Jie. When he looked at Ling Tion, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Only when Li Ro arrived and stood beside Ling Tion did he withdraw his gaze due to a slight sense of fear. "Tion, are you all right?" Li Ro took out her handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Ling Tion's forehead. Her face flashed with slight worry. "Mom, I'm fine." Ling Tion's heart felt warm. He lightly smiled while he shook head. He was fine, but someone else wasn't. Grand Elder. Li Kun suddenly shouted with a voice full of grief. Holding Li Jie in his arms, he turned around and rushed toward the platform to meet the Li family higher-ups that were currently descending. Among these higher-ups, 6th Elder Li Ping's face was the ugliest, while 5th Elder on the hand had an expression of self-satisfaction. Grand Elder Li Hua checked Li Jie's injuries, and his face slowly turned grim. Kid, Li Jie's backbone is almost completely shattered. Even a grade 7 gold injury pill won't save him. Don't you think you are a tad bit too merciless? You have basically destroyed Li Jie's life. Li Hua said heavily as he raised his head to look at the approaching Li Ro and her son. His gaze was fixed upon Ling Tion. Li Jie was the youth that the Li family had the highest hopes for amongst the Li family disciples. But now he had come to a premature end. This was a great loss to the Li family. What? After hearing what Grand Elder Li Hua had said, Li Kun's face severely distorted and his body started shaking as if he had been struck by lightning. He didn't expect his son to be injured so severely by Ling Tion. Backbone almost completely shattered? Even a grade 7 gold injury pill was unable to save him? I want you dead. Li Kun bellowed, then his figure flashed as he madly flew towards Ling Tion and attacked with rage. At the top of his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes developed. Li Ro, who was on guard against Li Kun, instantly had 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes develop above her head, forcing Li Kun back in a single exchange. Li Kun, if you try to attack my son again, I will kill you. Her voice was cold and indifferent. It was as if it were coming from the pits of hell. Li Ro. Li Kun's face was green, but even though he was extremely furious, he did not doubt what Li Ro had said. Grand Elder, you must uphold justice for my son. Li Kun said to Grand Elder Li Hua in a miserable voice. There was a pu tong sound as he knelt on the ground heavily. When his youngest son's arm was crippled, his future looked worrisome. In Li Kun's heart, he had long ago put all his hopes onto his eldest son, Li Jie. But now, Li Jie's entire backbone was almost shattered, and there was no hope of recovery. His whole life would be spent lying on a bed. In this instant, Li Kun felt his eyes go black. The world seemed dark without any light. It was as if the world was falling down upon him. Li Kun, the family rules state that when the disciples of the family have a battle, besides not being allowed to take one's life, there are no other limitations so that the disciples may go all out and fight to the best of their abilities. When martial artists battle, injury is unavoidable. Today it's your son that is lying down there, but what if it was my son? Would you ask Grand Elder to hold your son accountable? Li Ro made a cold hump sound, grunting out of anger. 9th Elder, you're arguing irrationally. Your son Ling Tion has already broken one of Li Jie's arms, and he was bound to win. But instead of showing mercy, he continued attacking and crippled Li Jie. In my opinion, he did it on purpose, and this is against the spirit of unity and friendship between Li family disciples. 6th Elder Li Ping's eyes shone with a cold light. 6th Elder, what you're saying is wrong. After Ling Tion broke Li Jie's arm, he could have admitted defeat. But instead, he didn't admit defeat because he most probably thought that he still had a chance at victory. He thought that he still had a chance to defeat Ling Tion. Furthermore, you should not forget that Ling Tion is only at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Even if he was going up against a one-armed 4th level body tempering stage opponent, it was still a dangerous affair, and as such he needed to continue attacking to prevent Li Jie from obtaining an opportunity to counterattack, because that would cause him to lose more than he would gain. 5th Elder Li Ting said indifferently. Faced with an argument backed by facts, Li Ping's face turned grim as he did not have a way to counter this argument. Enough. Stop arguing. In the afternoon, there will be a family emergency meeting to discuss the matter. What's important now is to take Li Jie back to rest. 7th Elder, take Li Jie back home. Patriarch Lin Nanfeng frowned. Yes, Patriarch. Li Kun slowly stood up and held Li Jie in his arms. His face had a grim expression. His eyes were radiating a shocking killing intent as he fiercely glanced at Ling Tion before leaving. Ling Tion smiled indifferently. He made nothing of Li Kun's glance. Regarding what happened today, there was no guilt in his heart. Not mentioning his previous life of walking through the battlefield as a mercenary, which made him accustomed to being cruel and cold-blooded. But just those merciless remarks that Li Jie had made towards him, if it was his previous life, Li Jie would have been dead by now. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy. The Li family higher-ups left the martial arts practice hall one after another. But when these people left, their gazes towards Duan Ling Tion were hostile. After all, in their opinion, Duan Ling Tion was not part of the main Li family as his surname was not Li. On the other hand, Li Jie was the Li family's genius martial artist, a future pillar of support for the Li family. Regarding this incident, they were more or less biased against Duan Ling Tion. The Li family disciples who surrounded the martial arts practice hall also dispersed. What happened today caused them to feel shocked and speechless at the same time. Li Jie, their Li family's martial arts genius, the strongest fourth-level body tempering stage martial artist in the Li family, actually lost to a third-level body tempering stage disciple with another surname. Ashamed, they were truly ashamed. I used to think that Li Jie was formidable, but I never expected him to be so weak. Duan Ling Tion is only at the third level of the body tempering stage, and he could defeat Li Jie. Once he steps into level 9 body tempering stage, will anyone under the core formation stage be a match for him? I really wonder what fortuitous gain Duan Ling Tion had to be able to complete such a metamorphosis in a single month and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The topic of conversation between the Li family disciples quickly moved towards Duan Ling Tion. The previously unknown Duan Ling Tion became the hot topic within the Li family for a time. As the Li family disciples left one by one, there were only 4 people left in the enormous martial arts practice hall. Duan Ling Tion, Li Rou, Ke, and 5th elder Li Ting. "Mom, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Duan Ling Tion noticed that his mother had an ugly expression. "Kid, you really are young and arrogant. You crippled Li Jie. Of course it was satisfying for you, but you didn't think of the consequences. Li Jie is the family's youth genius, and as such the family has placed enormous hope in him." In the afternoon, the family meeting is said to be a discussion about today's incident, but it will actually be a discussion on to how to punish you. "Tell me, why wouldn't your mom be worried?" Li Ting shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tion was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of the tiger. He was too fearless and dared to do anything. "Grand Elder still needs my help. With his status in the Li family, as long as he speaks for me, everyone else has to give him some face, right?" said Duan Ling Tion unconcerned. "If you think like this, then you're wrong. Grand Elder has always differentiated between public and private matters. This is the reason why all the members of the Li family respect him so much. The identity of a grade 9 alchemist is not enough to cause everyone to respect him so wholeheartedly." Li Ting shook his head. Duan Ling Tion slightly frowned. He didn't expect that his secret weapon would become useless so easily. When they returned home, although Li Rou's expression seemed better, there were still signs of worry. The young girl was quiet, not daring to talk as she feared it would agitate Li Rou. "Mom, don't worry. I have a method to solve this problem. Nothing will happen to me." Duan Ling Tion, who was pondering throughout the journey back home, finally left. "What method do you have?" Li Rou obviously did not believe him. "Mom, what you're worried about is that the Li family elders will be biased towards Li Jie and punish me, right? You can be at ease. I have a method to make them biased towards me." Duan Ling Tion's smile was mysterious and full of confidence. "What method?" asked Li Rou curiously. The young girl on the side glanced over with a face full of anticipation. "Let me go get some things ready. I will tell you too when we have lunch at noon." Duan Ling Tion returned to his room as soon as he finished speaking. After he left, the 2 women looked at each other with helpless expressions. "Ku, do you know what method Tion is talking about?" Li Rou asked the young girl. Ku doesn't know either. The young girl shook her head lightly. "That stinking brat, he's getting more and more mysterious lately. Li Ro's eyes slightly squinted, then she laughed helplessly. After eating lunch, Ling Tion took 100 silver in bills and 30 silver coins from his mother before taking the young girl out alone, leaving the Li family estate. The Li family disciples that saw this scene were all speechless. Doesn't he know what his circumstances are? He's still in the mood to leisurely go shopping. He isn't preparing to run away because he's worried that the family will punish him after the family meeting, right? Are you kidding? He's the son of the ninth elder. Just like how a monk may run, but the temple can't. Even if he wants to run, he has nowhere to go. He really is something. After the family meeting today, if nothing happens to him, I will certainly make him my idol and ask him to be my boss. Ku'er, what kind of sword do you prefer? Ling Tion asked the young girl beside him as they walked out of the Li family estate. Going out this time was mainly to buy the young girl a sword. She was cultivating the Frost God's sword technique, a sword cultivation method. Even though the Frost God's sword technique needed to be cultivated to the core formation stage before a matching sword art was available, Ling Thing wanted to allow the young girl to come into contact with and get familiar with swords as soon as possible. The sword is the ancestor of weapons. A qualified sword cultivator is only able to display the full might of the sword when they understand the sword. Ku'er is not sure. I think it's better if young master chooses for me. The young girl lightly shook her head. Ling Tion nodded. Under the multitude of gazes full of either admiration or jealousy in the Li family marketplace, Ling Tion walked into the Li family weapon store while holding the young girl's tender and lovely small hand. Young Master Tion. As soon as they entered the Li family weapon store, a youth walked up and greeted them with a courteous tone. You recognize me? Ling Tion was slightly surprised. Young Master Tion, I'm a Li family branch family member. I took half a day's leave today so I could see the battle between you and Li Jie. Young Master Tion was so formidable that even Li Jie was no match for you. The youth faintly smiled. I was just lucky. Ling Tion shook his head and smiled. I want to buy a good sword. Do you have any recommendations? Ling Tion stated his purpose. Young Master Tion, is it for you own use? The youth asked with a smile. No, it's for my care. Ling Tion shook his head. Hearing Ling Tion saying that she was his, the young girl's willow leaf eyebrows raised, her clear eyes blinked, and her pretty face turned rose red. She was glittering and translucent and looked like she could easily be broken with a flick of the finger. Young Master Tion, this way please. The youth only glanced at the young girl before withdrawing his gaze. He was afraid that it would piss off the youth beside her if he looked any longer. Subsequently, he brought the couple to the weapon rack at the side. Various types of swords were laid on the weapon rack. Ling Tion, who had merged with Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, only glanced at the swords once before being able to differentiate the quality of the swords. Finally, his gaze descended upon a sword made of a violet-colored material. This was a small and exquisite short sword, and the reason he took a fancy to this sword was not for its gorgeous exterior, but rather the material it was made of, violet meteoric iron. Once violet meteoric iron is refined by a weapons craftsman, it is able to become a rare crafting material known as violet meteorite. Just 50 grams of violet meteorite was worth a lot of money, and this short sword could easily be refined into 350 to 400 grams of violet meteorite. Ling Tion's heartbeat slightly elevated. Young Master Tion, this sword is made of violet ore, which is extremely durable, only slightly inferior to a fine steel sword. The youth introduced. Only slightly inferior to a fine steel sword? Ling Tion laughed secretly. Never would he have thought that violet meteoric iron would be mistaken for violet ore in the Li family weapon store. The exterior appearance of violet meteoric iron was indeed similar to violet ore, but the worth of the two were as different as heaven and earth. Furthermore, if origin energy is circulated through the violet meteoric iron short sword, it would not suffer any damage whatsoever, even if it cleaved hundreds of fine steel swords in half. It was truly a hidden gem. Violet meteorite that is refined from violet meteoric iron is indeed something that a knowledgeable weapons craftsman would know about and could identify. But violet meteoric iron, on the other hand, would be hard to identify even for graded weapons craftsmen, let alone the blacksmiths of the Leaf family weapon store. How much is this sword? Ling Tion suppressed the agitation in his heart and calmly said, 200 silver. The youth said while adding, Young Master Tion, since you're not an outsider, I'll tell you the truth. Besides its outer appearance, this sword is utterly inferior to a fine steel sword. The fine steel sword is an exactly 3-foot-long blade which can slice iron like clay, and it's even double the length of the sword, but only 180 silver. Kuer, do you like it? Ling Tion asked the young girl beside him instead. Young master, it's too expensive. The young girl's gaze had long been attracted by the exquisite appearance of the violet short sword, but she was shocked when she heard its price. Ling Tion secretly laughed in his heart. If this little girl knew how much the violet meteorite that could be refined from this violet meteoric iron sword was worth, he wondered what she would think then. I'll take this short sword, but I only brought 100 silver out with me. Why don't you bring the fine steel sword and come find me when you get back to the Leaf family estate? At that time I'll pay you the remaining 280 silver. What do you think? Ling Tion looked towards the youth. No problem. The youth hurriedly nodded. Ling Tion was the son of the Leaf family's 9th elder, so the youth wasn't afraid that Ling Tion would go back on his word. Kuer, this is your first sword, so you must take extremely good care of it. As a sword cultivator, the most important thing is to love your sword like your life. As for false sayings such as, when the sword is present the sword cultivator is alive, you should ignore such things. After receiving the violet short sword from the youth, Ling Tion casually passed it over to the young girl. Okay, young master. The young girl received the short sword from Ling Tion and fondly admired it. Her beautiful face was filled with happiness. After leaving the Leaf family weapon store, Ling Tion took the young girl around the marketplace. He bought some small accessories for the young girl before finally returning to the Leaf family estate. When they arrived at the Leaf family estate entrance, Ling Tion stopped for a moment and glanced at a corner behind him. In the distance was a sly figure that fled the moment Ling Tion glanced his way. Young master, what's wrong? The young girl asked. It's nothing. Let's go in. Ling Tion shook his head. He had noticed that person a long time ago. That person had been following him from around the Fong family marketplace until here. While holding the young girl's hands and walking into the Leaf family estate, Ling Tion had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, his mother should be attending the family meeting. In a spacious hall in the Leaf family estate, from the patriarch Li Nan Fong to the grand elder Li Hua, all of the Leaf family elders were gathered here. Even 7th elder, whose son had recently been crippled, was present. Li Kun's fierce gaze moved away from a certain beautiful young woman. She was the 9th elder, Li Ro. Fellow elders, the reason I gathered everyone for this emergency meeting today is to discuss the matter of Li Jia being crippled by Ling Tion. Regarding this matter, do any of you have any opinions you would like to share? Patriarch Li Nan Fong directly asked. All of the elders' gazes instantly landed upon Grand Elder Li Hua. If the Grand Elder didn't say anything, they would not dare exceed their authority. In my opinion, we should punish that kid Ling Tion. Being so merciless at such a young age, if he is not guided, who knows what calamity he might cause? Li Hua said. Grand Elder is indeed fair and just. 6th Elder Li Ping hurriedly flattered Grand Elder, not forgetting to complacently glance at 5th Elder Li Ting. Today, Ling Tion did not show mercy after breaking Li Jia's arm, but instead went even further and completely shattered Li Jia's spine, causing him to become completely crippled. Li Jia is the genius martial artist that our holy family has put emphasis on to develop. By crippling him, Ling Tion has caused a serious loss to the Li family. I feel we should heavily punish him. Li Ping added. Sixth Elder, I have already said this earlier, but Ling Tion is only at level 3 body tempering stage, whereas Li Jie is at level 4 body tempering stage. The fact that Li Jie didn't admit defeat, even after having one of his arms broken, posed a huge threat towards Ling Tion. As such, I feel what Ling Tion did was not wrong and does not go against the family's rules. Fifth Elder Li Ting said in a low voice, arguing in Ling Tion's favor. Fifth Elder, according to you, doesn't that mean that during battles between disciples, as long as they do not kill each other, they should be allowed to trample on and even cripple their opponents? Seventh Elder Li Kun said with a grievous expression. When a martial artist has his backbone shattered, it means that he will forever be a cripple without a future. Just when everyone expected Ling Tion's mother to say something, her face was tranquil. It was as if she was an outsider. Li Ting's eyebrows slightly creased. He thought that the ninth elder had given up on arguing on behalf of her son. Fellow elders, do you all have anything else to add? Lin Nan Fong asked the elders. I feel seventh elder is right. Ling Tion is too merciless and cruel, and he even destroyed a future pillar of the family. He should be punished. Some elders showed support towards seventh elder's argument. They did not have any relationship with Li Ro or Li Kun and were speaking from a neutral position. Of course, it would be impossible to say they did not have any selfish motives. In their opinion, even if Ling Tion has even greater natural talent, even if his talent is better than Li Jie's, he was still only a disciple with another surname. He was not a truly family member. Very good. Now let us vote. As Patriarch Li Nanfeng said this, the fifth elder sighed and shook his head. The current circumstances were not in Ling Tion's favor. Patriarch. No one expected that just at this moment, the previously silent Li Ro would interrupt Li Nanfeng. Everyone's gaze instantly fell upon her. Ninth elder, you have something to say? Li Nanfeng frowned with a slight displeased expression. I'm sure that Patriarch and all the fellow elders here have noticed that changes my son experienced this past month. There are even many elders who think that my son received some sort of fortuitous gain, and the truth is exactly so. Li Ro said indifferently. Hearing what Li Ro said, even sixth elder Li Ping and seventh elder Li Kun quieted down. They were curious as well. Under the gazes of everyone present, Li Ro slowly said. 1 month ago, an alchemist found my son and said that he had immense natural talent to become an alchemist, so he took him as a disciple. After that, the alchemist passed a medicinal formula to him. Following that medicinal formula, my son was able to concoct a medicinal liquid called 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid. This medicinal liquid is able to increase the speed at which a body tempering stage martial artist cultivates. Increase the speed of a body tempering stage martial artist's cultivation? What Li Ro said was like a bolt of thunder. It caused all of the elders with the exception of the 7th elder to be immensely shocked. Li Ro, stop uttering nonsense. I bet you're just making all this up. Alchemist? Medicinal liquid? Those are all just things you made up so that you can help your son get out of trouble. 7th elder said in a stern voice. He was so agitated that he stood up and looked fiercely at Li Ro. Grand Elder, you're a grade 9 alchemist. This is the medicinal formula my son wrote. Although the portions of the medicinal materials required is not stated, it should be enough for you to discern its authenticity. You will understand once you take a look. Li Ro ignored Li Kun and passed a piece of paper with the medicinal formula to the Grand Elder. She was going to use evidence to explain everything. Li Hua unfolded the medicinal formula and started reading it. Ingenious. Truly ingenious. Never had I thought that combining these 6 medicinal materials together, concocted with the correct ratios, would actually be able to increase the speed at which a body tempering stage martial artist cultivates. Moreover, the medicinal properties of these medicinal materials are easily absorbed. No wonder that kid experienced such a massive change in a mere month's time. Most importantly, all of these medicinal materials are extremely ordinary, so any elder would be able to provide their children prolonged usage. After Li Hua finished reading, his murky eyes shone brightly, exclaiming in admiration. The Li family higher-ups that were present could easily disregard what Li Ro had said. But Grand Elder Li Hua, who was the only grade 9 alchemist amongst the Li family members, was someone that no one would doubt. For a moment, everyone felt excited. This medicinal liquid would be able to change the fate of their children. It would be able to change the fate of the Li family. Patriarch. Li Hua looked towards Li Nanfeng with a serious expression. Li Nanfeng nodded heavily. He knew that this was a chance for the Li family. Ninth Elder, what you meant earlier was that Ling Tion can concoct this type of medicinal liquid? Li Nanfeng looked towards Li Ro. Yes, Li Ro nodded. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. Every elder of the Li family that was present had a few children. They were already imagining how fast their children would be able to cultivate if they used the medicinal liquid that Ling Tion concocted. The changes that occurred on Ling Tion was the best example. Watching their children become dragons and phoenixes was something that every parent hoped for. Ninth Elder, since your son has obtained such a valuable medicinal formula, he should contribute it to the family. Fellow elders, what do you think? Seventh Elder said with a grim expression because felt that the mood in the room was changing. Yes, what Seventh Elder said is correct. Such a valuable medicinal formula should indeed be shared with the family. Sixth Elder Li Ping said. Ha 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 ha. Just when Li Ro's face had turned grim and she was about to rebuke, the sound of a wild and arrogant laughter came from outside the hall. Patriarch, Ling Tion requests an audience. The sound of laughter abruptly stopped. Ling Tion. The eyes of all the Li family elders in the room shone brightly. If Ling Tion was just an outsider to them in the past, then now. Now Ling Tion was the hope for their children to achieve greatness. Enter. Li Nanfeng replied. Sixth Elder, what did you say earlier? If I didn't hear wrongly, you requested that I share the medicinal formula. Ling Tion said indifferently as he walked in. Then he directly went to face Sixth Elder Li Ping. That's right. Ling Tion, I know that you don't have the Li family surname, but even so, you have been eating and wearing things of the Li family for all these years. Isn't it time for you to repay the Li family? Said Li Ping as if he was speaking of something reasonable and justified. Why didn't I know that what I have been eating and wearing was of the Li family? I thought that what I ate and wore were what my mother earned from working for the Li family. What does it have to do with the Li family? Even outside of the Li family, my mother can easily seek refuge from the Fong family or the Chen family. Do you think she can't get this small salary from somewhere else? Ling Tion laughed. Ling Tion, how dare you betray the Li family? Li Kun immediately tried to place the crime of betraying the family onto Ling Tion. Betraying the family? Li Kun, I know you hate me because I crippled your sons, but so what? What I did didn't go against any of the family rules. Now, are you trying to slander me with false accusations of betraying the family so you can punish me and take revenge for you, son? Ling Tion laughed disdainfully, openly offending Li Kun. Even you yourself said that you were going to go to the Fang family or Chen family. Is that not betrayal? Li Kun got angry from embarrassment. Idiot. I'm sure all the elders present understood that what I said was only an example. Do you understand what a figure of speech is? Didn't you parents teach you what that means? What I said just now was just to tell Sixth Elder that I don't owe the Li family anything, and the only reason I'm standing here before everyone is because the Li family is my mother's family. Ling Tion spat towards Li Kun, then he looked towards Li Ping. Sixth Elder, if you want me to concoct the medicinal liquid for your children, I hope that you think before you speak in the future so you can avoid hurting the relationship between everyone. Don't you think that what I'm saying makes sense? A threat. An undisguised threat. Li Ping's expression turned gloomy, but he obediently shut his mouth. Ling Tion's threat had hit his soft spot. Not considering what I just said, even if I wanted to contribute the medicinal formula to the family, I wouldn't dare to. My teacher told me that if anyone dared to try and obtain the medicinal formula from me by force, then that person would undoubtedly die. Ling Tion said with a serious tone as his gaze shifted to circle the room. The Li family higher-ups inhaled a deep breath of cold air after they heard what Ling Tion said. Only now did they remember that ninth elder Li Ro mentioned earlier that her son was taken as a disciple by an alchemist and that he obtained the medicinal formula from his teacher. But they were all so preoccupied with the medicinal formula that they had forgotten about the alchemist. "Kid, what is the grade of your teacher?" Grand Elder Li Hua inquired. "I have no idea what grade alchemist he is, but I once saw him refining a medicinal pill, and the pill fire he produced with his origin energy was gold in color." Ling Tion creased his eyebrows as if he was trying to remember something. "What?" Li Hua's pupils shrank, then he instantly stood up and exclaimed, "Grade 7 alchemist." "Grade 7 alchemist?" The Li family higher-ups were struck dumb. The patriarch Li Nan Fong asked, "Grand Elder, are you sure?" Li Hua grunted. "Any graded alchemist knows that an alchemist that can produce a gold-colored pill fire is certainly a grade 7 alchemist. Moreover, a grade 7 alchemist is at least at the 7th level of the origin core stage." An origin core stage powerhouse. The hearts of the Li family higher-ups trembled violently. Origin core stage martial artists were individuals that were above the core formation stage. The strongest in the Li family, the Grand Elder, was only at the 6th level of the core formation stage. At this moment, no one doubted what Ling Tion said. Even those who had already lived half their lives did not know that a grade 7 alchemist's pill fire was gold-colored until today. This little animal is such a lucky bastard. 7th Elder Li Kun's face was getting uglier by the moment. "Patriarch and all the elders, I still have things to do, so I will return now." "Yeah, the elders present, if you require my assistance in concocting the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, you can purchase the needed medicinal materials and seek me." "Oh yes, I nearly forgot, Patriarch. I think you still owe me 1,000 silver, right?" After taking the 1,000 silver from the Patriarch, Ling Tion swaggered away. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was the product of removing a medicinal material from the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid formula, causing its effect to be halved. Ling Tion was not generous enough to actually share his most valuable possession with everyone. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, my son should be awake by now, so I'll be taking my leave." 7th Elder Li Kun took in a deep breath and left with a complicated expression. He was aware that from today onwards, everyone, including 6th Elder, who was on good terms with him would need to seek the help of Ling Tion for the sake of their children. And thus it would be impossible for him to put his hopes on 6th Elder being able to assist him in causing trouble for Ling Tion and getting his revenge. "I'll be leaving as well." Li Ro hurriedly followed. She was afraid that Li Kun might lose all reason and attack her son. In the Li family hall, the remaining elders did not leave. Under the leadership of the Patriarch, a second family meeting was started. This second family meeting mainly revolved around the medicinal formula that Ling Tion had control over. Finally, for the sake of secrecy, they unanimously decided to only allow the children of the elders that were present to use the medicinal liquid. Patriarch. 5th Elder Li Ting looked towards Li Nan Fong with a serious expression. "Today, because we didn't sentence Ling Tion to any punishment, 7th Elder will surely have resentment in his heart. If he spreads the news of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, even if the Chen family and the Fong family are afraid of the grade 7 alchemist behind Ling Tion, they will still come pressure our Li family to get a share. 5th Elder is right. I know 7th Elder very well. Even if Ling Tion has a grade 7 alchemist providing him protection, he will still not let it go easily." 6th Elder Li Ping fearfully said. When he finished, he noticed Li Ting looking at him with a strange face, causing him to smile embarrassedly. "This matter concerns the future of my son." Although his relationship with 7th Elder was indeed good, this matter concerned the future of his son, and so he made a choice. All the Li family higher-ups quickly made an important and secret decision. Whoosh! The sword moved without leaving a trace. A drooping leaf on a tree in the courtyard was instantly sliced. When the leaf was sliced, the sword in the youth's hand had already returned to its sheath. "So fast! Young master, what sword skill was that?" The young girl standing on the side, slim and graceful, looked at the youth with adoration. "Sword drawing arts." Ling Tion smiled lightly before his gaze turned misty as if recalling a distant memory. In his previous life, besides being a grandmaster in form and will boxing, sword-drawing arts was another one of the fundamentals he had used to establish himself as undefeatable. At that time, numerous charming and beautiful assassins came onto him on purpose, hoping to find a chance to kill him. But at the moment that these beautiful assassins emitted the slightest amount of killing intent, that would be the moment their lives would come to an end. It was commonly known that Ling Tion's military dagger was called the Death God's Scythe, and that it was always the fastest. Ku-er, you have to remember that the sword-drawing arts focus on speed. Amongst all of the martial arts around the world, only speed is undefeatable. Even against a martial artist stronger than you, as long as you are capable of drawing your sword and slicing through his throat before he can react, he will certainly die. Ling Tion guided the young girl in a patient and gentle manner. The young girl was very studious, so she listened attentively. The young girl's delicate hands grasped the violet short sword, and with Ling Tion's careful guidance, she slowly trained until her actions seemed similar in pattern and appearance. Young master, is Ku-er stupid? After an afternoon of training, the young girl was drenched in sweat, her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows were moving slightly, and her clear eyes seemed to be less lively. She seemed to be slightly disappointed. Ku-er, why do you ask? Ling Tion asked in doubt. I trained for a whole afternoon, but the speed at which I draw my sword is not even 1% of young master's speed. Young master, is Ku-er not suitable to practice the sword? The young girl's attractive lips slowly moved as she said this. Silly girl, a master of the martial Tao is not something that can be produced in a single day. You have only trained in the sword-drawing arts for an afternoon. Don't you think that coming to such a conclusion so fast is really arbitrary? You know, when I first trained in the sword-drawing arts, I trained for an entire day and my progress was still inferior to your current progress. Ling Tion shook his head. He was wondering what the problem was, but he didn't expect that what was troubling her was this. Really? The young girl blinked her beautiful, clear eyes. Her confidence was emerging once again. Of course it's true. Ling Tion smiled gently. Ku-er, if you want to fully execute the speed of the sword-drawing arts, you have to familiarize yourself with the methods of exertion I taught you earlier. How you should hold your sword, which part of the body to exert strength with first, and then you have to get fully familiar with the order and power to use during each step. Only once you understand these will you be able to catch up to me. Ling Tion said. Young master, I will work hard. The young girl said sincerely as she nodded her exquisite chin. Ling Tion stood to the side and watched the young girl continue training with the sword. Suddenly, he seemed as if he noticed something. Mom. It was unknown when Li Ro had appeared beside Ling Tion. Noticing the young girl practicing the same sword move over and over again, Li Ro had an expression of doubt. Tian, what sword skill did you teach Ku-er? Why is she only practicing the same sword move over and over again? Do you need Mom to buy Ku-er a set of sword skills from the marketplace? Li Ro asked. Mom, it's not necessary. Those flashy sword skills are only good to look at, but when it comes to real battles, they are totally useless. Ling Tion shook his head. He did not even take any of the martial skills in the Li family martial pavilion seriously, let alone the inferior sword skills available in Fresh Breeze Town. Tian, don't tell me the sword skill you taught Ku-er is even better than those that can be bought in the marketplace. Li Ro had an expression of disbelief. Mom, do you want to try? Ling Tion turned around and laughed. What, you want to spar with your mother? Li Ro laughed. For her, sparring with a level 3 body tempering stage martial artist was the same as playing house. Mom, be careful. Ling Tion reminded, and at the same time his right hand let go of the sheath and instead grabbed the hilt of the fine steel sword. Sword drawing arts. He drew the sword without a trace. Under the shining sun, only a white flash could be seen. Before the sword sheath could even drop down, the fine steel sword was already back inside the sheath in Ling Tion's hand. Sword drawing arts. Drawing the sword like lightning and then putting away the sword like muffled thunder. At the same moment that Ling Tion drew his sword, Li Ro moved, flying backwards. The force she exerted with her feet even drew upon the force of heaven and earth, so an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above her head. Which meant that to dodge Ling Tion's sword, she had to use the strength of one ancient mammoth. Li Ro took a deep breath and looked at Ling Tion in disbelief. She noticed that although her son's drawing movement was similar to what Kaer was practicing, the speed at which they moved were not on the same level. If she was just a little bit slow earlier, her son's sword would certainly have touched her. Swinging a sword with his 3rd-level body tempering strength forced her to use strength equal to that of a 9th-level body tempering martial artist to dodge. This sword skill was truly heaven-defying. Mom, that was the sword skill I taught Kaer. What do you think? Ling Tion lightly smiled. Relying upon the fine steel sword, even if the opponent was a 6th-level body tempering stage martial artist, as long as he could get close, he was fully confident in his ability to kill his opponent. When one's cultivation has not reached a certain level, the aid of weapons is extremely important. Combined with his sword drawing arts, it would be even easier for him to be successful in his endeavors. This sword skill, is it also from the old man you met in your dreams? Li Ro glanced deeply at Ling Tion. Ling Tion could not help himself from touching his nose and smiling embarrassedly. Tian, what is this sword skill called? Sword drawing arts. Can you teach your mother? Of course. Li Ro became interested in the sword drawing arts, so she started to practice with Kaer. With her cultivation as a base, her progress in cultivating the sword drawing arts was much faster than Kaer's. After one day, relying upon the strength of one ancient mammoth, Li Ro's drawing speed was similar to Ling Tion's. Of course, her comprehension of the sword drawing arts was nowhere near Ling Tion's. After all, she was using 10,000 pounds of strength to match Ling Tion's speed, while he hardly used 200 pounds of strength. For the sake of cultivating the sword drawing arts, Li Ro bought herself a fine steel sword as well. Her sword would usually never leave her side. In the following few days, Ling Tion started to get busy. Besides his own cultivation, he not only had to teach the 2 beautiful women how to cultivate the sword, but he also had to concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid for the Li family higher-ups. If it wasn't for the help of his mother and Kaer, he would have been exhausted. Only after spending 3 days' time of concocting medicinal liquid to supply the Li family higher-ups children for 3 months did Ling Tion get some free time. Looking at the medicinal materials piled up into a mountain in his room, Ling Tion had a satisfied smile on his face. He pocketed at least a third of the medicinal materials that the Li family higher-ups had provided as his labor fee. Which meant that when he wanted to concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid in the future, he wouldn't need to buy 6 of the 7 medicinal materials. Tian, people from the Fong family have come. The patriarch asked you to come to the audience hall. Li Ro's voice sounded from outside. Fong family? So they finally came? Ling Tion's eyes flashed. They were without a trace of unexpectedness. When he took Kaer to buy a sword a few days ago, he had guessed that the person that was following him was of the Fong family. Li family audience hall. Patriarch Li Nanfeng sat at the head and 6th elderly Ping sat beneath him. Sitting opposite to them was the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi. Standing behind Fong Yi was a red-eyed middle-aged man. Patriarch. Suddenly, an immature voice sounded from outside the audience hall. Enter. Li Nanfeng replied. 6th elder, heard that your son, Li Dong, is about to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Congratulations. Ling Tion entered and greeted Li Nanfeng before nodding to Li Ping. Li Ping smiled amicably and his eyes flashed with a trace of gratefulness and regret. If Ling Tion was not magnanimous, his son would not have the chance to improve so quickly. Ling Tion, this is the Fong family's patriarch, and the one behind him is the Fong family's manager. Li Nanfeng introduced. Greetings, Patriarch Fong. Manager Fong. Ling Tion moved his gaze towards the two guests and smiled faintly. His expression was carefree. I heard long ago that the Li family's ninth elder was a rare heroine. Like mother, like son, as expected, you're out of the ordinary. The Fong Yi's eyes narrowed into a line. According to his investigation in these past few days, the abrupt rise of Ling Tion was like a miracle. In 1 month's time, transforming from a sickly person into a third-level body-tempering martial artist. And he even dominantly crippled Li Jia, the son of the Li family's seventh elder and the Li family's genius youth. Even after that, he did not receive any punishment from the Li family. Patriarch Fong, I've brought Ling Tion here. Why are you looking for him? Asked Li Nanfeng. The moment Li Nanfeng finished his words, Fong Yi's face changed. He stood up from his seat and looked at the youth in a condescending and fierce manner. Ling Tion, how dare you? 1 month ago you injured my son and crippled the son of my Fong family's manager. Regarding this matter, shouldn't you give my Fong family an explanation? Li Nanfeng and Li Ping did not expect Fong Yi's sudden outburst. They did not know of this matter. The youth's immature face was tranquil as a pool of water. Obviously, it was not unexpected to him. Patriarch Fong, if you came here today to denounce my crimes, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Regarding the matter of that day, as I'm sure you have investigated thoroughly, justice is in everyone's hearts. If your son didn't rely on the power of the Fong family, I would not have attacked. Moreover, in my opinion, I have already showed mercy by not crippling your son. I have already given enough face to your Fong family. Ling Tion smiled indifferently. How dare you, a merely family disciple with another surname, dare to be so disrespectful to my Fong family's patriarch? You're courting death. The Fong family's manager, Fong Chang, who was behind Fong Yi, caught on to the chance he desired. He shouted loudly before flying out like an eagle towards the youth. His actions emitted a cold hatred and killing intent. Above his head, the force of heaven and earth stirred as an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared. No one expected Fong Chang to dare to attack in the Li family's audience hall. Moreover, he used his entire 9th-level body tempering strength the moment he attacked. He obviously wanted to kill the youth immediately. Fong Chang was extremely quick. He moved in front of the youth in the blink of an eye. At the moment he slapped out his palm, the youth's body trembled and reacted, instinctively stomping on the ground and flashing backwards at a high speed. But even then, the youth was still hit by the residual force. He was sent flying into the wall and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The youth's face was ghastly pale and his body was swaying. He quickly managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. His fists were clenched tightly and his nails pierced into his palm, but he was not feeling any pain. His sharp eyes were emitting bloodthirsty killing intent. Fong Chang stomped his feet on the ground and flew out. After missing his first attack, he actually wanted to attack a second time. How dare you? Noticing this, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, stood up and shouted loudly, "You're courting death." Origin energy busted out of 6th Elder Li Ping's feet, then he moved like a bolt of lightning, flashing towards Fong Chang. His punch burst forth with origin energy, drawing upon the force of heaven and earth, developing into 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A punch containing the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. If it hits Fong Chang, even if he does not die, he will be crippled. However, at this critical moment, the Fong family's patriarch attacked. He moved forward and pulled Fong Chang away to dodge Li Ping's punch. Fong Yi's speed was 2 times faster than Li Ping's. At this moment, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above Fong Yi's head. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. Are you okay? Li Ping glanced at Fong Yi coldly before coming to side of the youth and asking this. I'm fine. Thank you, 6th Elder. The youth shook his head. Even though he was injured, he did not make a single sound. To him, that was a sign of being weak. Fong Yi. A loud shout echoed from the Li family's patriarch. It was as if thunder exploded. The entire audience hall started shaking from the force. My Li family will investigate the matter between your Fong family and Ling Tion ourselves. But your Fong family member actually dared to attack and injure my Li family member inside the Li family estate. It looks like you are making light of the Li family. Regarding this, don't you think that you have to give me, and the Li family for that matter, an explanation? Fong was thoroughly enraged and furious. Ling Tion was the treasure of the Li family. If Ling Tion were to be killed, not to mention the fact that Ninth Elder would never let it go, but even the Li family's chance at rising up to crush the Fong and Chen families would be totally destroyed. Patriarch Li, please forgive him. My Fong family's manager's only son was crippled by Ling Tion. His son will be bedridden the rest of his life. He had a good reason for attacking Ling Tion, and he had no intention of offending the Li family. Now, Ling Tion is fine, so why don't we just leave it as it is? No one expected that Fong Yi would have such a tranquil expression. It was as if nothing had happened. Fong Yi. Li Nanfeng's face turned grim. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by the youth that walked a few steps forward. Patriarch, I would like to settle the matter myself. Ling Tion said, not even waiting for Li Nanfeng to reply. The youth's bloodshot eyes stared at the Feng family's manager. He was like an Azura that had just walked out of hell. His entire body was emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent, causing others to feel a chill to run down their spines. It's Fong Chong, right? In 3 months, I will visit your Fong family and I'll take your life. Finishing what he said, the youth turned around and walked out. Okay, 3 months from now, I'll be waiting for you. At that time, I will kill you with my own 2 hands and take revenge for my son. Because he originally believed that he wouldn't be able to take revenge for his son, when Fong Cheng heard what the youth said, his dark red eyes instantly emitted a light of agitation and excitement. That will depend on whether you have the capability. The youth didn't even turn his head around, he only laughed coldly and walked out, leaving the Li family's audience hall. Leaving behind a proud and aloof figure. The Ling Tion of his previous life went unhindered for half of his lifetime. He was unrestricted and unmatched. In this lifetime, a mere Fong family manager dared to try and take his life. In 3 months, he will surely visit the Fong family and splatter blood on his sword to wash away the humiliation he received today. Only slaughter could calm down the rage in his heart. Patriarch Li, your Li family really has young heroes. This Ling Tion has so much ambition at such a young age. Someone like that is really hard to come by. Since he has established a life and death agreement with Fong Cheng, there is no point in pursuing the matter any further. In 3 months, the entirety of my Fong family will be waiting for his arrival. Fong Yi looked towards Li Nanfeng and laughed. Finishing what he said, Fong Yi ignored the green-faced Li Nanfeng, taking Fong Cheng along and leaving. Patriarch, Ling Tion is too rash. 6th Elder Li Ping frowned, his face full of worry. He wasn't worried about Ling Tion's life or death, but was worried that if anything happened to Ling Tion, his son wouldn't have any 6 treasures body-tempering liquid left to use. In these past few days, he had noticed his son's improvement in cultivation. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was indeed a godly item. Li Nanfeng had a complicated expression. Earlier, when Ling Tion emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent, even he felt a trace of being suppressed. He could not understand how Ling Tion, who supposedly had not killed anyone before, could be capable of emitting such killing intent. In his opinion, only a veteran of 100 battles that had killed many martial artists would be capable of developing such a terrifying killing intent. Since he has made a decision, we can only believe in him and hope that he produces a miracle once again. 6th Elder, I want to know about the matter between Ling Tion and the Fong family. Go and investigate for me. The mysteriousness of Ling Tion caused a trace of hope to rise in Li Nanfeng's heart. Yes, Patriarch. Li Ping replied and left. His face was ugly. Although Ling Tion defeating Li Jie could be considered a miracle, Li Jie was only at the 4th level of the body-tempering stage, while Fong Cheng was a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. They could not be compared. A third-level body-tempering youth intending to defeat a ninth-level body-tempering martial artist in 3 months would be an unbelievable feat in his opinion. The body-tempering stage was divided into 9 levels, each level being more difficult to achieve than the previous. Ling Tion, who was forcefully bearing the pain, walked with heavy footsteps towards his home. His pride did not allow him to show any weakness. When he reached the courtyard of his house, he finally coughed severely, spitting blood all over the floor. "Young master, what's wrong?" Seeing the scene, the face of Kuer, who was washing some vegetables in the courtyard, turned ghastly pale. After hurriedly putting down the things in her hands, she supported Ling Tion back to his room. Her clear eyes were glimmering with tears. "Young master, don't frighten Kuer, don't frighten Kuer." The young girl started to cry. "Silly girl, I only suffered some light injuries. I'll be fine, I just need to rest for a while." Ling Tion slowly wiped the tears from the corners of the young girl's eyes while forcefully smiling. An hour later, Li Ro, who had just returned from the marketplace in Fresh Breeze Town, entered the courtyard. Noticing the floor covered in blood, her face changed greatly. "Tian, who injured you?" Li Ro rushed into Ling Tion's room. Her voice was ice-cold. "Mom, I'm fine. And I've already talked with the patriarch about this matter. I will settle it myself. Mom, you have to trust me." After going through Kuer's devoted care and consuming the grade 9 gold injury pill that the patriarch brought over, Ling Tion had already partially recovered, so he managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. "Was it Fong Yi?" Li Ro asked in a low voice. "No, it was the Fong family's manager, Fong Chang." "Mom, he doesn't have much longer to live. 3 months from now is the day he will die." Ling Tion's eyes emitted a cold light as he neared the end of that sentence. Afterwards, the medicinal effects of the grade 9 gold injury pill hit him and Ling Tion fell soundly asleep. "Kuer, take good care of Tian." Li Ro performed a brief check on him. After making sure that her son was all right, she let out a breath of relief. She then left the courtyard to go see Patriarch Li Nanfeng. From Li Nanfeng, she found out the whole sequence of events, and she understood what her son meant earlier. She took a deep breath. Although her eyes shone with intense killing intent, when she thought about her son's persistence, she forced herself to put up with it. She decided in her heart that if her son is not Fong Chang's match in 3 months, even if it means enraging the entire Fong family, she will still kill Fong Chang. For the sake of her son, she would give up everything. Even her life. The tranquil Fresh Breeze town was bustling with noise and excitement as soon as the Fong family purposefully leaked some news. "Hey, have you heard the news? Rumor is that a Li family disciple with another surname publicly challenged the Fong family's manager, Fong Chang, to a life and death battle 3 months from now." "Yeah, I heard about it. That disciple with another surname is called Ling Tion. He is the Li family's 9th elder son. A month ago, for the sake of a young girl that was selling her body to bury her mother, a conflict arose between him and the Fong family's young master, Fong Jian, and he even crippled one of Fong Jian's lackeys. Allegedly, the person that was crippled by Ling Tion was the only son of the Fang family's manager. I remember now. A month ago, Fong Jian did suffer a loss in the hands of a youth, and I was there at the time. That youth was Ling Tion? Judging by his appearance, I'm afraid he isn't even 16 yet." "That can't be true. He's not even 16, yet he dares to challenge the Fong family's manager to a life and death battle? There's nothing wrong with his head, right? Everyone in Fresh Breeze Town knows that the Fong family's manager is a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Young and arrogant." Similar discussions could be heard all around Fresh Breeze Town. Everyone thought that Ling Tion was committing suicide. Li family estate. In the main hall, Patriarch Li Nanfeng and all of the Li family's elders were gathered. Even 7th elder, who had been closed up in his home for the past few days, was present. The news that spread wildly all over Fresh Breeze Town had made its way into the ears of the Li family's elders. They were anxious. 3 months from now, if anything were to happen to Ling Tion, wouldn't that mean that their children wouldn't have any more six treasures body-tempering liquid to use? Patriarch. Patriarch. Besides Grand Elderly Hua, 7th Elderly Kun, and 9th Elderly Ro, all the elders had anxious expressions as they looked towards Li Nanfeng. Li Nanfeng raised his hands, preventing everyone from continuing. Fellow elders, I know everyone's wishes, but this matter has already been decided upon. Moreover, the news has been spread by the Fong family, so if we were to admit defeat, what would happen to the Li family's reputation? That means we can only trust in Ling Tion. I have already discussed the matter with the Grand Elder. For these 3 months, the Li family will spare no cost and effort to help Ling Tion. Fellow elders, do you have any objections? At this moment, the Li family's elders could only laugh bitterly and sigh. It was too late to undo the battle agreement, so they had no choice. After all the Li family higher-ups left, and 7th Elderly Kun walked towards his home, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Little Jia, soon someone will take revenge for you. That Ling Tion actually dared to challenge a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist to a life-and-death battle. He is really seeking death. Half a month later, in a spacious courtyard in the Li family estate, an old man leaned back on a deck chair with his eyes closed in comfort, enjoying the feeling of the sun shining on his skin. Behind him stood a youth with bright eyes, giving him a massage. Grand Elder, I'll give you another massage half a month from now. At that time, your hidden injuries will be completely cured. The youth massaged as he said this. Kid, if it wasn't for you, this old bag of bones would have to suffer for who knows how long. The old man sighed. In these last few years, he nearly went insane from the torture his hidden injuries caused him. Being able to eradicate his injuries was the best news he could ever come upon. Don't mention it, Grand Elder. I'm only doing what you paid me to do. The youth shook his head while smiling lightly. Massaging the old man for 1,000 silver each time was an extremely lucrative business to him. I heard you refused the Patriarch's help. The old man abruptly asked. Yes, I'm not in need of money at the moment, and everything I need can be bought from the marketplace. There's no reason for me to waste the family's resources. Those resources would be better used on someone who needs it more than me. The youth smiled. Kid, you make it sound like you're so kind, but why didn't I notice that you were so enlightened? The true reason you declined was because you don't want to owe the Li family, or should I say you don't want to get tied up with the Li family, right? With just one remark, the old man unraveled the youth's true thoughts. The youth smiled embarrassedly. As expected, wisdom and experience came with age. It was exactly as the old man said. He didn't want to get tied up with the Li family. He was going to leave sooner or later to explore the vast world. The Li family and Fresh Breeze Town were merely a starting point for him. Who? The youth stopped massaging. The old man opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of foul air, then he passed a stack of silver bills to the profusely sweating youth. Grand Elder, I'll be leaving now. See you in half a month. The youth laughed playfully. After the youth left, the old man muttered to himself. I hope you will be able to pleasantly surprise me 2.5 months from now. Ling Tion went straight home after leaving Grand Elderly Hua's residence. As he entered the courtyard, he saw a gentle and graceful figure rapidly drawing and sheathing her sword over and over, repeating unceasingly. It was as if she was unaware of what exhaustion was. The young girl was dripping in sweat and biting on her pink lips. Her clear eyes, which were as clear as water, were filled with a sense of resolution. Ling Tion felt a tug in his heartstrings as he watched her. Kuer, sword cultivation strives to follow the heart and not overdo things. Overexerting yourself will only cause more harm than good. He gently said as he walked forward and grabbed the young girl's drawing arm. Young master, Kuer wishes to master the sword drawing arts as soon as possible, because only then will Kuer be able to protect young master, help young master beat up bad people, and save young master from being bullied by bad people. The young girl had a flushed face and was breathing heavily as she earnestly said this. Silly girl, go get some rest. Ling Tion's heart was warm as he gently touched the young girl's soft hair. The young girl nodded. She seemed meek like a kitten. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. That night, the youth sat inside the bath barrel while greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid within. When he finished absorbing the medicinal liquid, his lifeblood strengthening and his fleshly body's metamorphosis had arrived at a critical threshold. He walked out of the bath barrel and put on some clothes. Tomorrow morning, I will surely be able to break through to the 4th level of the body-tempering stage. But if I want to kill Fong Chang with certainty 2.5 months from now, I need to break through to the 7th level at a bare minimum. Improving cultivation gets more difficult as the levels progress, so I will undoubtedly be unable to achieve the 7th level of the body-tempering stage in 2.5 months by only relying on the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. Maybe it's time I go get some things from the marketplace. The youth's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. In the morning of the following day, when the sun had not risen yet, the youth woke up and poured a portion of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bath barrel before beginning to cultivate. After a night of rest, the medicinal properties that fused into his body during the medicinal bath last night had finally been fully absorbed by him. While circulating 9 dragons wore sovereign technique's spirit serpent form, the youth sat inside the bath barrel with his eyes closed, greedily absorbing the medicinal liquid. After an unknown amount of time, when dawn arrived, the rays of morning sunlight shone upon the earth. After passing through the curtain, tiny rays of sunlight gently shone upon the youth. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Splash! The youth stood up and casually stretched his body. His bones emitted a clear and melodious sound as they rubbed together. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the youth's face. I've finally broken through. He lifted his palms upwards and slowly clenched them into fists. Feeling the explosive strength within his body, the smile on the youth's face became even wider. It's exactly as I expected. While an ordinary 4th-level body-tempering martial artist would gain 200 pounds of strength, I gained a full 300 pounds. The 9 dragons war sovereign technique was indeed different from other cultivation methods. After putting on his clothes, the youth pushed open the door, walked out, and enjoyed bathing in the rays of sunlight. Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh! Clang! The clear and melodious sounds of a sword being drawn and sheathed entered his ears. Only then did Ling Tion notice that Kaer had been seriously cultivating her drawing sword arts since early in the morning. The young girl chose to cultivate far off in the corner of the courtyard so she could avoid disturbing Ling Tion's and his mother's sweet dreams. If he hadn't walked out of his room, he would definitely be unable to hear these sounds. Ling Tion sighed as he understood that Kaer was having a difficult time forgetting the matter of him being injured the other day. She had been cultivating desperately in these past few days. Not only did her cultivation step into the 3rd level of the body-tempering stage, but she even became proficient in the rudiments of the sword-drawing arts. It can be said that everything Kaer was doing was for him, to protect him. Kaer, stop cultivating for now and accompany me to the marketplace. Ling Tion lightly smiled as he walked over. Young master, I'll go prepare some breakfast. The young girl put away her sword. Seeming tall and graceful, her cheeks, which were without makeup, had a slight blush. It's all right, let's eat out. Then I'll prepare some for madam. Don't worry about it. My mom can make breakfast herself. Let's go. Ling Tion grabbed the young girl's hand. On the way out, he didn't forget to look towards his mother's room to call out. Mom, I'm taking Kaer out. Take care of your breakfast yourself. After Ling Tion and Kaer left. Is this considered forgetting the mother after getting a wife? The woman shook her head and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Boss, wait for me, wait for me. As the couple walked out of the Lee family estate, a voice combined with heavy breathing sounded from behind them. A little fatty with the fat on his body flinging about stopped in front of them, blocking their path as he bent over panting. Were you calling me? Ling Tion turned around and looked behind himself but did not notice anyone else. The little fatty was slightly familiar, but he could not remember who he was. Could he be a lackey of the old Ling Tion? But the old Ling Tion was sickly. Would anyone actually be willing to be his lackey? Boss, of course it's you. You are my idol. The little fatty nodded his head like a chick pecking grain. The fat on his face was shaking. I don't know you. Creasing his eyebrows, Ling Tion held the young girl's hand and continued forward. Boss, it was my wrong to pull down your pants when we were kids, but you don't have to be so resentful, right? The other day, when you crippled Li Jia, it really helped me vent some resentment. And also, boss, you crippled him and nothing happened to you. You're really amazing. The little fatty jubilantly followed, his mouth not stopping. Pull down my pants? Hearing what the little fatty said, a vague picture popped into Ling Tion's head. It was one of the memories of the old Ling Tion. In the memory, a group of 5 or 6-year-old kids were playing. Suddenly, a little fatty snuck up behind him and pulled down his pants, causing all of the kids to start laughing. Then he cried out of grievance. You're Li Xian. Ling Tion finally remembered. This fatty was the only son of 5th elderly Ting. He had gone away from Fresh Breeze Town with his grandfather at an early age, but unexpectedly had returned. Boss, you finally remembered me. The little fatty's eyes shone brightly. When did you return? Also, why are you calling me boss? Asked Ling Tion. In his memories, the old Ling Tion did not often come into contact with the little fatty, let alone take him as a lackey. I've been back for 2 months. Since you helped me teach Li Jia a lesson and because you're so formidable, I decided to make you my boss. Boss, from now on I'm one of your people, so you have to take good care of me. The little fatty laughed, blinking his small eyes. After hearing an explanation from the little fatty, Ling Tion found out that upon returning, the little fatty came into conflict with Li Jia's little brother, Li Xian. But since Li Xian wasn't his match, he brought his brother, Li Jia, to beat him up. I crippled Li Jia for my own reasons. I wasn't trying to help you. Besides, you're not one of my people, and I have no intention of becoming your boss, so stop bothering me. Ling Tion said indifferently with a cold voice. He held the young girl's hand and walked away without turning back. Being sold out by a brother in his previous life taught him an important lesson. He would never take another brother without a good reason, as he didn't want to have a ticking time bomb by his side. A thief from within is hard to guard against. The little fatty didn't expect Ling Tion to turn hostile so abruptly, so he was stunned on the spot and watched the couple slowly move further away. Behind his chubby face was a pair of eyes full of grievance. Agarwood Restaurant, the best restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town. Situated at the intersection between the Li, Qin, and Fong family marketplaces, it did not belong to any of the 3 families of Fresh Breeze Town. Allegedly, it had a considerable background. It was established by a large merchant group from outside Fresh Breeze Town. There were many people walking in and out of Agarwood Restaurant to have breakfast. Anyone who could afford to eat in Agarwood Restaurant was someone who came from a well-off family, either someone rich or a noble. When the couple walked into Agarwood Restaurant, they attracted the attention of the people who were walking in and out of the restaurant. Most of them were gazes of envy and admiration. The gazes of envy fell upon the young girl, whereas the gazes of admiration were upon the youth. Are the 2 of you dining? The attendant standing at the door greeted them in a respectful voice with his head lowered. Yes, a booth on the 2nd floor. Do you have any beside the windows left? The youth nodded and said familiarly, Yes, this way please. When the attendant heard what the youth said, he knew that they weren't first-timers. He hurriedly took them to the 2nd floor, which was much quieter than the 1st floor. Of course, the price for eating in the 2nd floor was double. Our luck isn't bad. Seeing the last table beside the window, Ling Tion slightly knit his eyebrows. As Ling Tion brought the young girl over to the window side, some of the people on the 2nd floor had their gazes fixed upon Kair, attracted by her charm and good looks. Three youths that were sitting beside another window not far away had gazes of greed when they looked at Ku'er. Ku'er, sit. Ling Tion took the violet short sword from Ku'er and placed it on the table. Then, like a gentleman, he casually pulled out a chair for Ku'er to sit on. Thank you, young master. The young girl's delicate and immature face blushed as she sat down. Just when Ling Tion was about to sit opposite of Ku'er, a sound of wind passed by his ears as a figure flashed by and then sat on his seat before him. Ling Tion frowned when he saw that immature young girl sitting on his seat. The green-clothed young girl was around 16 years old. Her appearance could not be considered to be exceedingly beautiful, but her slightly innocent face contained a hint of charm. Combined with her innocent temperament, they formed a conflicting combination. A servant girl of ordinary appearance followed behind her and came to stand behind her. Miss Chen, I'm sorry, this young master has already taken the seat. Could you please choose a different seat? Said the attendant that brought Ling Tion and Ku'er over. His face had a humble smile, meaning that he obviously recognized the green-clothed young girl. This miss has taken a liking to the seat. As a regular customer of Agarwood restaurant, don't I even get this little special treatment? The green-clothed young girl raised her proud head, glancing at the attendant condescendingly. This miss doesn't like having strangers around when I'm eating, she said indifferently as she gazed at Ku'er, who was sitting opposite of her. There was jealousy in her eyes. Young master, why don't you? The other attendant that was following the green-clothed young girl looked towards Ling Tion, wanting him to change seats. But when he noticed that Ling Tion was paying no attention to him, he could only laugh bitterly and shut his mouth. Young master, why don't we change our seats? At this moment, Ku'er looked towards Ling Tion. She had noticed that this Miss Chen was of a respectable family with high status. Although her appearance and disposition were inferior to Ku'er's, the aura she unintentionally emitted pressured Ku'er until she could not breathe properly. Even though she had been following Ling Tion for a long time, she had a sense of inferiority deep inside her heart due to her inferior birth. Ling Tion noticed Ku'er's gaze and instantly understood what she was thinking. He understood that if he wanted Ku'er to let go of the sense of inferiority in her heart, he had to make a good example. He needed to at least let Ku'er know that in this world, dignity and honor were things you had to fight for on your own. Ku'er, can you tell me why we should change our seats? Ling Tion asked in a gentle voice while affectionately looking at Ku'er. Young master, Ku'er didn't know what to say. Ku'er, you have to remember that ever since the day you followed me home, you stopped being the Ku'er that you used to be. I hope that I can see a confident you, a you that has gained new life and not the old you. Do you understand? Guided Ling Tion patiently and gently. Young master, I was wrong. Ku'er's eyes were slightly red as she lowered her head. Hey, did the two of you hear me? This miss doesn't like strangers around when she eats, so hurry up and K off. After hearing Ling Tion and Ku'er chat, the greed-clothed young girl turned angry from embarrassment and shouted this. Miss Chen, right? Ling Tion suddenly looked towards the green-clothed young girl. I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to K off from my seat or else. You will face the consequences. Ling Tion's eyes flashed with a cold light. His voice was suppressed until it sounded grim and low. The green-clothed young girl's face changed. Just when she was about to start scolding, she felt a cold aura emanate from the youth and descend upon her, suppressing her until she could hardly breathe. It even caused her face to turn pale. 2 more breaths left. The low and grim voice sounded again. This time, the icy cold aura suppressed her even more. The green-clothed young girl's consciousness nearly collapsed, but being the Chen family's patriarch's daughter, her pride as the Chen family's eldest daughter allowed her to clench her teeth and persevere. 1 more breath left. The low and grim voice sounded a 3rd time like muffled thunder. Accompanying the voice this time was not only the icy cold aura, but also a trace of a bloodthirsty aura. The green-clothed young girl's face was ghastly pale. When she got to the point where she could not hold on any longer, she stood up in panic. While helplessly watching Ling Tion sit down, the frightening aura that suppressed her slowly disappeared. "Who are you?" the green-clothed young girl asked unwillingly after taking a deep breath. She could not understand how a youth that looked younger than her had such a frightening aura. Earlier, she felt as if he was an Azura that had climbed out from the depths of hell. His entire body was emitting an icy cold and bloodthirsty aura. She didn't doubt that if she had continued to sit, a terribly frightening consequence would befall her. "Bring me 2 of your specialty dim sums." Also bring me 2 bowls of soybean milk," Ling Tion slowly said. He acted as if he hadn't heard the green-clothed young girl and instead looked at the dumbstruck attendants. "Yes!" One of the attendants responded respectfully and left. In his opinion, someone who dared to go against the Chen family's eldest daughter, Mei, was no ordinary person. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Mei was on the brink of going berserk. Ever since she could remember, she was the beloved daughter of her parents and was doted upon constantly. This was the first time someone had actually ignored her. "Kuer, the dim sum here is good. You should try some. If you like it, I'll bring you here every morning." Ling Tion looked at the young girl opposite to him, his eyes filled tenderness as he smiled lightly. "Young master, coming here to eat occasionally is enough. I remember hearing that the dim sum here is extremely expensive." The young girl sensibly shook her head. "It's all right. Even though I'm not extremely rich, it's more than enough to satisfy my Kuer's taste buds." Ling Tion's unconcealed words caused the young girl to lower her head out of embarrassment. Her tender and lovely cheeks blushed. "Young master, my miss is speaking to you," the servant girl beside Mei timidly said to Ling Tion as she looked at Kuer in admiration. "Following this sort of miss must be really hard on you." Ling Tion glanced at the servant girl before faintly smiling. "No, it's not, miss. Miss is very good to me." The servant girl's face turned ghastly white from fear as she hurriedly said this. "Did I ask you to speak?" Mei gave the servant girl a stare. At this moment, there was a trace of envy in her heart. Even she didn't think that there would be a day where she would be envious of the servant girl beside her. Not for any other reason, but because the hateful guy who ignored her actually spoke nicely to her servant girl. Miss Mei, it's really you." The 3 youths sitting at the nearby table recognized Mei, so they were walking over and enthusiastically greeting her. Their tones were filled with admiration. Mei's expression eased up and she looked proudly towards Ling Tion. It was as if she was trying to tell Ling Tion, "I, Mei, am richly endowed by nature and there are many people who acknowledge me." But when she noticed that Ling Tion still had not even glanced at her, her expression instantly turned gloomy. "Miss Mei, what's wrong?" one of the youths who was older than Mei asked when he noticed her change. "Yeah, Miss Mei, do you need us to help you with anything?" The other 2 youths who were the same age as Mei hurriedly asked as well. "This seat was mine, but he forced me to move and snatched my seat." Mei glanced at Ling Tion. A trace of injustice emerged from her clear eyes as she exaggerated. "What? He dared to snatch Miss Mei's seat. Kid, you really are tremendously brave." When the 3 youths heard her, they shouted and instantly became furious at Ling Tion. "Miss, why do you slander others?" Kuer asked. After hearing what Mei had said, her immature face turned slightly red. Kuer's exquisite eyes that were slightly red caused the 3 youths who were filled with righteous indignations to be struck dumb. Had they ever seen such a beautiful girl before? At this moment, they even forgot what they were doing. "Is she nice to look at?" Mei said, with a stern voice as her face turned dark. "Yes, no." The 3 youths were startled and came back to their senses. Only now did they remember that the Chen family's eldest daughter was famous for being jealous. Allegedly, a long time ago, a servant of the Chen family praised a servant girl to be more beautiful than her, and as a result both, the servant and servant girl both disappeared into thin air. They looked towards Ling Tion and furiously said, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and K off. Didn't you even try to find out if Miss Chen is someone you can offend? If you don't K off, don't blame the three of us for not going easy on you." Not go easy on me. After hearing what the three youths said, Ling Tion started laughing innocently and naively. "What are you laughing at?" one of the youths shouted with a gloomy face. "I can understand your feelings of trying to show off in front of Miss Chen. But what I think is funny is, where did you three get the confidence to think that you have the ability to not go easy on me? If I'm not wrong, you three are from the Fong family, right?" Ling Tion's smile grew even wider. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through them. Actually, in the old Ling Tion's memories, there were vague memories of one of the youths. He should be one of the Fong family's young masters, Fong Jian's lackeys. "You're right, we are from the Fong family. Now both our Fong and Chen family members are here, and you're just a little kid. Don't tell me you plan to go against us?" "Yeah, can a little kid like you mess with the Fang and Chen families? Hurry up and kowtow and apologize to give Miss Chen, and maybe then we will let you live." The three Fong family youths threatened Ling Ting as if they had forgotten that they themselves were only little kids slightly older than him. "I do believe that the Chen family's eldest daughter can represent the Chen family." Ling Tion nodded his head in all seriousness, causing Qin Mei'er, who was standing at the side, to feel complacent. But what Ling Tion said after that caused her face to become pitch black. "But the three of you whose legs get feeble the moment you see a woman, can you three represent the Fong family? I have to say though, this has to be the most ridiculous joke I have heard in my entire life. I even looked down on Miss Chen. Do you think it would be any different for you three?" Ling Tion's face had a disdainful expression as he finished speaking. However, his eyes emitted a mischievous smile, as if he did it on purpose. "You're courting death." The three Fong family youths got angry from embarrassment as Ling Tion ridiculed them in front of Qin Mei'er. "What, wanna fight?" Ling Tion started laughing. "I'm aware that your Agarwood restaurant has a considerable background, so if they strike the first blow, I hope that you can bear witness for me," Ling Tion said while promptly looking at the attendant that was standing not far from them. When the attendant took a deep look at Ling Tion, he noticed a farsightedness and confidence that even an adult may not necessarily have, as if everything was under his control. "So what if we strike the first blow?" "Attack!" one of the Fong family youths shouted. The three of them attacked at the time, violently approaching Ling Tion. Their attacks were merciless, aiming directly for the vital points. "Young master!" Ko-er exclaimed as she prepared to pick up her sword. But just as her hand stretched towards the sword on the table, she noticed that it was already in Ling Tion's hands. She only saw a streak of violet flashing across before returning to the sheath with a clang. In the next moment, accompanied by 3 shrill cries where 6 lines of blood sprang out. The wrists of the 3 youths were violently spraying blood without any signs of stopping. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight or else die." Ling Tion's indifferent voice suppressed the shrill cries of the 3 youths. After hearing what he said, their faces instantly changed. Disregarding their hands, which were violently spraying blood and had lost all feeling, they hurriedly rushed down the 2nd floor of Agarwood restaurant. Using only 2 breaths of time, they had already disappeared from Ling Tion's sight. When a person faces death, they are able to arouse the potential within their bodies. The attendant at the side stared. Until now, he still could not regain his senses after seeing that scene. In his opinion, Ling Tion's sword was too fast, so fast that even a 5th-level body-tempering martial artist like him could not see it clearly. Qin Mei'er's face was pale and her gaze was filled with terror. The servant girl beside Qin Mei'er even lost her composure and screamed. She was so frightened that her entire body started shaking, not daring to even glance at Ling Tion. The youth that was faintly smiling at her earlier was now a living king of hell in her eyes. Ko-er, who was sitting opposite of Ling Tion, did not have a good expression either. Her face was slightly pale. "What, Miss Chen, do you want me to send you out myself?" Ling Tion glanced at the dumbstruck Shin Mei-er as he laughed. "Who are you?" Shin Mei-er took a deep breath. "Miss Chen, you're so unwilling to leave me. Don't tell me you've fallen for me, but I really don't like women with an unrestrained disposition such as yours, so I hope that Miss Chen doesn't make any futile efforts." Ling Tion ridiculed. Shin Mei-er didn't expect Ling Tion to be so brazen. Her face and eyes turned red as she spat. The fear in her heart eased up as an effect of what Ling Tion had said. "Chui-er, since the three of them have left, that table is unoccupied. Let's go there." Whereupon she brought her shivering servant girl to walk towards the other table that was beside a window. The dim sum that the three Fong family youths were eating earlier was still giving out hot steam. "Clear up the place, then go serve Miss Chen." Nodding to the attendant, Ling Tion smiled faintly. Shin Mei-er was different from normal unruly women. At least she was brave enough to stay behind after that experience. "Yes," the attendant responded respectfully. Then she wiped up the blood stains and proceeded to serve the Chen family's eldest daughter. "Ku'er, did that frighten you?" Ling Tion looked towards the young girl with a gentle expression. He acted like a completely different person now compared to earlier. "No." The young girl shook her head. But her slightly pale, beautiful face undoubtedly showed that she actually was slightly frightened. After a few moments, Ling Tion's order arrived. He acted as if nothing had happened as he ate dim sum and drank soybean milk. As for the young girl, she seemed to have lost her appetite, so she only ate a little bit. "Ku'er, your usual appetite is not so small. Be a good girl and eat some," said Ling Tion to encourage her. "Young master, I..." Her face was slightly pale. She was seemingly recalling the scene from before. "Ku'er, sooner or later I will be leaving Fresh Breeze Town. If you're planning on following me, then you have to be prepared mentally, because even more bloody things may happen in the future. Do you understand? Of course, if you're not planning on following me, just take it as I never said a word." Ling Tion purposely sighed, speaking slowly. "Young master, Ku'er understands. Ku'er will eat. Please don't leave Ku'er behind." She hurriedly picked up the dim sums and started eating with a delicate and touching expression. Anyone who saw her would not be able to help themselves from loving her. It was impossible to say that Ling Tion didn't feel his heart ache when seeing Ku'er look like this. But he knew that he had to harden his heart, because only then would Ku'er be tempered, allowing her to quickly let go of the cowardice in her heart. "Hey, you, if you don't leave now, aren't you afraid of the Fong family coming to find trouble with you?" Chun Mei-er's voice came from afar and entered Ling Tion's ears. "I won't burden Miss Chen with worrying. I bet Miss Chen actually can't wait for the Fong family's people to arrive and secretly hopes that they would hurry up, right?" Ling Tion said indifferently. "You're pissing me off, you're pissing me off." Shin Mei-er, who got pissed off by what Ling Tion said, was gnashing her teeth and raging in her heart. "Sooner or later I will find out who you are, and I'll never let you off, never. This Shin Mei-er is really a jinx." After he finished eating, Ling Tion looked out the window and noticed that the three youths from before had returned. Their hands had been bandaged, and they were walking over with vigorous strides. They were bringing along a gloomy-faced 20-year-old young man and were approaching in an aggressive manner. The four of them quickly entered Agarwood restaurant. When this scene was caught by the nearby Shin Mei-er, her eyes lit up with a smiling expression. When she glanced at Ling Tion, her heart stirred. "So you didn't listen to my advice. Now the Fong Family Medicine Store's junior manager has come personally. Let's see if you can still laugh now." "Humph. If you beg me and kowtow 3 times for me, maybe I might consider helping you." "Brother Quan, that's him." The 3 Fong family youths brought the young man to the second floor, then they fell over each other to extend their hands and point towards Ling Tion while gnashing their teeth. "Stay calm and discuss the matter. Stay calm." The attendant that followed behind hurriedly persuaded. "Stay calm and discuss the matter?" The young man, The Fong family's medicine store's junior manager, Fong Quan, swept the attendants with a cold gaze. Why weren't any of you persuading him when the tendons on the hands of my Fong family members were cut off? K off. What the young man said caused Chen Meier's face to change. Cut off the tendons on the hands? In an instant, a bone-piercing chill arose in her heart. Her gaze towards Ling Tion contained fear. She originally thought that Ling Tion had only made the 3 Fong family youths bleed, but never would she have expected that he had actually cut off the tendons on their hands. Once the tendons on the hand were cut off, even if it was healed, the hand would never be as sensitive as before. To a martial artist, it was no different from cutting off both arms. You, take your own life. Fong Quan coldly stared at Ling Tion as if he were looking at a dead man. In his opinion, a mere 4th-level body-tempering kid was no different from a dead man. Hehe. What? I beat up the small ones, then the big one couldn't wait to jump out. The smallest of the 3 of you is still older than me. Since I can make you flee and force you to get reinforcements, should I feel extremely honored and proud? The 3 of you are truly the pride of the Fong family. Ling Tion laughed. He was completely ignoring Fong Quan and glancing at the 3 Fong family youths with contempt. Shut your mouth. Fong Quan's eyes turned cold, then he moved forward with a stern shout, stomping his feet on the ground. Just when he was about to attack. Stop. Just then, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Whereupon a middle-aged man wearing a green robe could be seen walking over. The attendants present respectfully bowed to him, respectfully calling him Manager Ma. Manager Ma. When he saw the middle-aged man, Fong Quan's face eased up and showed a little respect. Junior Manager Fong, you should know our Agarwood restaurant's rules. Any problems need to be settled outside. The Agarwood restaurant is not a place where you can act as you please. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Okay. Fong Quan took in a deep breath. I'll be waiting for you outside the door of the restaurant. If you don't have the balls, you can stay here for the rest of your life. Fong Quan's icy cold gaze briefly swept Ling Tion before he left. Don't worry, once my care has finished eating, I will take my leave. Ling Tion lightly smiled as if he did not care about what Fong Quan said. Instead, he looked at Ku-er with an intrigued expression. Ku-er, why aren't you eating anymore? Yes, good girl, finish eating and don't be wasteful. Ling Tion looked at the young girl with a face filled with tender affection. The middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ling Tion before turning around and leaving. The guests and attendants on the 2nd floor, however, looked at Ling Tion with gazes filled with pity. In their opinion, even if this youth's strength was above others of the same age, he was only a 15-year-old youth after all, and Fong Quan, on the other hand, was 20 years old and was a 6th-level body-tempering martial artist. It was impossible for the youth to be a match for Fong Quan.
Thank you for watching Mystic Realms Recap. Please like, share, and subscribe. Have a great day.